Hey, Dion. Dion. Morning. Hey, how are you? Doing good? Good.
All right, let's get the meeting started. 9 a.m. Call to order and Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please. Councilmember Hilton will lead the pledge.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to item 1.3, City Clerk's report on posting of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The agenda was posted on February 10th at 4:47 p.m. Moving on to roll call, Councilmember Bracco.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Here.
Councilmember Marks. Here. Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez. Here. Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Mayor Bozo.
Here. Moving on to item number 2, introduction of new business, consent to the appointment of John Doherty as Public Works Director. Leanne, please.
Testing.
Questions? Public comment? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve City Administrator's recommendation to appoint John Dowdy as the Public Works Director.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Marks and a second by Councilmember Bracco.
Councilmember Bracco? Yes. Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So moving on to City Council Strategic Planning Workshop, number 3.1. So I'll start off with a few comments. This is, I know this sounds cliche, but this is the moment I don't know if we all been waiting for, but I've been waiting for. So I'm really looking forward to today. For those members of the public, I wanted to share that one of the reasons why that I think we, not just myself, are excited about this is that All of us have been collaborating on this already for quite a few weeks, and I feel like that's something that's important and something that's going to help us carry forward into the next few weeks. And so just as a reminder for everybody that this strategic plan workshop today is not just today. This is the beginning of a long process that will eventually end most likely on the very beginning of June at our June meeting, where at that point we will adopt a budget that will coincide with everything that we start with today. But between that time of now and then, we are looking forward to collaborating more in kind of micro groups that we have been doing, meeting, and then having more public meetings so that the public has input when it comes to this strategic plan, and we want to know what the people what the citizens of this community want for the city of Gilroy. So with that being said, I'll give a little plan for today. If you don't have the agenda, but the way it will go is we will start off this meeting with comments from each council member. We've left up to 5 minutes for comments from each council member. And after that, we will go right into public comment. And it looks like we have some cards being filled out already. And from there, we will get a presentation from the city administrator. And at that point, we would like to remind everybody that the goal today of Jimmy, the city administrator, is he's going to act as a facilitator. And the idea of the strategic plan session today is all about the what and not the how. So we're going to try to be careful with each other about when new ideas are being thrown out there and new ideas are being suggested. We all know that some of these things are going to be it's going to take a lot of work to achieve some of these ideas, but today is not the day for that. Today is the what, the wish list, and the dialogue and the discussion, and the how will come later. So for those of you who are interested in public comment, we will have the first public comment at 9:45. Everybody will have 2 minutes. We'll have another public comment at 11 o'clock, same 2 minutes. And then at the end of the day at 1:30, there'll be a third public comment. So for those of you who might come and go, there will be public comment later today. And for those of you who cannot stay here all day, it looks like there's plenty of space in the first public comment for anybody who wants to speak can. So with that being said, I would like to start off the council comments, and I'm going to jump around, and I'm going to start off with Council Member Kelly Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. This is just kind of a general statement type of thing, not tossing out ideas yet, right?
It is your time.
It is my time.
Yes, it is your time.
Okay, I'm going first.
Yep.
Okay, so first thing I would like to do is I would like to acknowledge and thank and show some respect for the predecessors, the city council members that have sat here before us. Because of their direction and leadership, they have been very fiscally responsible, and I believe that because of that, they have positioned us to now do some long-term investment and invest in some long-term strategies. Looking at the fact that Measure C unfortunately did not pass, even though most residents continually say that public safety is their top priority, we need to figure that out. And with the unfunded mandates that are being passed down to us by the state that demand more housing units, which then increases our residents and population, we are, in my opinion, grossly behind in staffing police and fire, and having even the equipment and the firehouses where they need to be. So my priority is going to be with public safety at the forefront. But how do we get there? With Measure C not passing, I think that we need to look at really putting an emphasis on economic development. The economic development will drive the revenue that is going to be necessary as we try to keep up with the demands of our growing population. So when I start to throw ideas out, that is the area of my focus as we move forward.
Thank you. Moving on, I'm going to go to Councilmember Bracco.
Well, I think this is my 19th one. And some have been good, some have been bad. Some big things happened at a lot of them, too. Things like the library, the police station, the gang task force. So a lot of good can come of this. My goal is to see our city get back to a place where our decisions are good for the whole city, not any one group over another group. I want to see us work more towards all of our city, everybody in our city, so that probably nobody's happy and nobody's mad at us all the time. So if one group's happy all the time, you know you're not doing it right. So I look forward to what we can do here today, and hopefully we can put stuff aside and get some stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you. Third person will be Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. To my council colleagues, staff, and the public, I'm very excited to be a part of this process today. I bring not just the views of myself, but those of my constituents. We have policies and practices that need to be updated to 2025 standards. Unfortunately, these are coming through the implementation of our general plan, housing element, and state housing legislation. Legislating policy in-house often doesn't require budget allocations, and many best practices are already open sourced. While this meeting is for high-level goals, I'd like to find some common ground when it comes to housing for all, climate action, planning our multi-generational community center, civic center, updating master plans, further streamlining our building permit process, and most important, our human capital, our employees. Many of these issues we can't solve alone, and we need to leverage partnerships that currently exist and be flexible when it comes to new partnerships. We can continue to further our housing options for our residents of Gilroy and strengthen our housing trust fund. In our housing element, we have committed to programs that break down segregation of past and affirmatively further fair housing through an inclusionary housing policy, facilitate missing middle income housing, collaborate with community development department, and updating our ordinances. We must work towards housing equity. The consequences of failing to effectively and aggressively confront this crisis is hurting our residents, robbing future generations of the chance to call Gilroy home, stifling economic opportunities for workers and businesses, worsening poverty and homelessness, and undermining our environmental and climate objectives. Many of us hear from our constituents regarding rental price increases, whether market rate or below market rate. We can use our local control to place a cap on the annual rent increases through a rent control ordinance, or leave it be and allow the property owners to increase their rent to the state max of 10% annually to our constituents. Many of our opportunity sites in our downtown expansion district and First Street mixed-use corridor are zoned for commercial and residential. We used to have an active developers roundtable hosted by city staff. I'd like to see staff host these monthly and draw in all developers, as this could help with economic development and build a peer-to-peer relationship. For climate action, we can build out best practices and reach building codes, join the other cities within Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and adopt clean energy building codes that keep the cost of construction low, prevents pollution, and utilizes the grid's clean electricity. Continuing to install infrastructure on city assets like solar plus battery storage and EV charging capabilities will move us in the right direction. Grant funding is available if we align these policies with those around the region. For local economic development, we can streamline the business permit process. We need to cut out the parts that slowed the grand opening for a business. After completion of the building checklist, the business should be allowed to open and not prevented from opening their doors based on subjective findings and a laundry list of requirements that don't apply to Gilroy from our outsourced plan checkers. When we remove barriers to opening businesses quickly, local jobs of all incomes will be more readily available. Everyone should have access to jobs that pay a living wage and expand their skills. The arts are alive in Gilroy. Today we have a monthly arts roundtable, third Friday art walk, Chalk Fest, La Frenda Festival, and the doors continue to open. The city of Gilroy celebrates the role of the arts and creativity in helping us navigate a pandemic, amplify the need for racial equality, and highlight the power of arts to change the lives for the better. The city of Gilroy recognizes that the arts and creativity support student success, a lifelong learning, provide key job skills, and bring joy to our community while strengthening our connections. We need to continue to invest in our human capital or our workforce. I remain concerned that the recruitment and retention of the fire department and the mental health and stress that puts on them, the root cause of staffing still hasn't been solved. We made significant improvements to recruitment and retention with Local 2805, but we can't seem to maintain our staffing levels with the standards of coverage called for, and to permanently staff the Santa Teresa Fire Station number 4. The 2% and 60s CalPERS retirement offered to our fire department is the worst in the state, and I think we need to continue to pursue consolidation with a larger entity. Members of this city council get a better CalPERS retirement, which is 2.5 of 55. In a letter last year from the city administration in response to the countywide LAFCO service review, quote, the Gilroy Fire Department agrees with and appreciates the potential advantages of combining services with South County region through participation with a single larger entity that would address increasing costs and needed efficiencies. Contracting out also brings the potential for one or more alternative service models to the Gilroy Fire Department. The city is currently in negotiations to finalize and receive funding for a permanent 4th fire station, the completion of which was contemplated as part of the necessary for response times goals by the City Council in 2019. With the completion of the 4th fire station, the recent City Council approval to initiate exploration of combined service in South County, we believe that there are many opportunities underway. With the action taken last month by the Board of Supervisors to dissolve the South Santa Clara County Fire District and annexing territories into the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District, now is the best time to continue that exploration of consolidation for our county partners, who have continued to provide the much-needed safety net in services, including expansion of the county St. Louis Hospital, Santa Clara Family Health Plan Community Resource Center, and many more. Lastly, our Housing and Community Services Division has 6 mandated programs that need to be completed in 2025 and 2026, 9 to still be completed. We can't allow our housing element to become decertified and open ourselves up for more builder's remedy projects. Our Public Works Department has many capital improvements projects that they are working on, from expanding or fixing our critical infrastructure. Finding the solutions to hire a senior civil engineer to manage these projects is essential. All of these legislative changes will make Gilroy more livable for all, and the path forward is clear to me. I look forward to working with everyone over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Klein.
That's a tough one to follow up. I know I shouldn't get so close. My first run at this a couple years ago, being new and the rook on the team, it was a lot to take in. But over these last 2 years, with my head stuck under the hood, I've got a good understanding of how the city runs and the challenges that we're faced with. If you look in what we got in the book, you go back in our history in the last 6 years, and like Dion said, he's been through this a lot. The challenges they had then are the same challenges we have today. We're still challenged with the same thing: public safety, economic development. But the thing I'm encouraged by is, number one, I'm at the table and I get to be a part of this discussion. But I also think being set up by previous councils financially, I think we're in a good spot. And I think we have a great team here working with staff to really push the ball forward in the needs that the whole community has, not just specifics, but the whole 60,000 people that we have to consider in the decisions we make and the direction we want to go in. And so I'm encouraged by where we're going, and I'm excited for today and look forward to having some good conversations. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Fugazi.
Well, this is my first one. I'm one of the freshmen here, and I have very little, well, I guess I have a couple of months now of experience in public space. And I have to admit first that you don't know what you don't know, and you realize how naive you are in certain areas when you change from being on the outside to the inside. And the things that you can accomplish easily in the private sector are a little bit different in the public sector, and I will continue to learn in that way. A couple of things council members already said that resonated with me. First of all, Dion, right here, in saying that representing the entire city is very important. And I said that on my first day sitting up there, that the amount of votes that I got in this election from all sides of the city meant that everything I look at, I have to look at from all sides of the city, and I mean that. But at the same time, it also means, as Dion said, that some people are probably going to be not happy in one area or another at one time or another. You're going to make people, your friends at one time, and your detractors and wanting to get on you on social media on the other. But in general, this process, I hope that we come up with some broad goals that then can be distilled down and brought back to us from Jimmy in terms of how we can have things that we can take action against, that we can have really trackable results. I'm encouraged by looking at other cities and how they use technology to track going forward the goals and the projects and things that the city is tasked to do, and that it's visible to everybody, and everybody can weigh in on how they see we're moving forward and hitting those goals and things that we're going to discuss today, and that use of technology, and that transparency, and setting the expectations, and then finding what the outcomes are and the consequences of that. And when I talk about consequences, it's not, you hear when you're obviously young, there's going to be a consequence for your action. But it's not always negative. It's also positive. There's positive consequences, and there's just realignment that you must do and rinse and repeat in going through these processes. And I think that's really important for us, and we have to be introspective. We have to be willing to know when we're wrong, when we haven't quite taken the right steps, and that we adjust and move forward. In terms of specific areas and topics, Councilmember Ramirez over there, very wise statement, which is public safety is number one for cities in my opinion, but it's driven by other things. You have to be able to fund it. You have to be able to have the economic development, and the changes that are happening in the city, we see them, right? You can see the outlet malls and how much business is happening at the outlet malls. You can see how people's purchasing, the methods of purchasing things have changed, and how they go about tourism and how they go about different things. Those things change all the time, and we have to change with those times in all of those areas, and how we decide on doing redevelopments, how we decide on doing investments, how we decide on working with our local investors and developers and whatnot to streamline things for what I call the little guy, which is they're not really that little, but reinvesting in our own neighborhoods and our own places to increase that top line revenue, so we have the money to do the great things in obviously in public safety, but also the other quality of life things that we want for Gilroy. The trackability on everything, in public safety, in every aspect of the city, and the transparency of that, for me, is a big deal, because I'm about engaging. Many of you saw me, couple, 3, whatever years, involved in these particular meetings, like many of you are, and I love it, but I'd love to see every single seat here filled with people from Gilroy wanting to be active in how change happens in Gilroy for all of Gilroy. And we can do better at that, and I hope that we work to make those connections and communications, that much better. Also, when we make decisions, getting that feedback even ahead of time before we make large decisions, and specifically, the Civic Center project that I think everybody could look at as a really important kind of interesting thing, getting the information to people in a way that they can help make the feedback is important. For instance, hey, we're going to do a giant project. Ultimately, before we start this thing, just want to let you know, on your property tax bill, we're probably going to have an extra $300 or $400. We don't know what the thing's going to be, but you get more information in the process so that you can be engaged and so that you can help make decisions with us. Yeah, anyway, I'm very encouraged about the process. I'm very open. I'm very much against people who have apathy and who have cynicism towards processes and towards things that are going on in the city. If you're not here to make things better and you want to look backward, that's not where I want to be. And anyway, I'm encouraged about this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Well, I guess one nice thing about going towards the end, everyth's been said, so, I can say ditto. When I saw the email that we had to give a 5-minute presentation, I started thinking, God, what am I going to say? Because this is year 7 for me on the council. And in looking at the binder, I went back, throughout the years that we've been doing this, and I thought we had all these great goals, but we never really attained, most of them. And so I thought, this is a good strategic planning session, but now it's time to put forth what we say. It's like the same things every single strategic planning time. And we have to come up, and I agree with Councilmember Bracco, we want everyone included in the city. We don't want to just have one group constantly getting everything. And I think our council, I'm very encouraged by this new council. I think we're going to have a lot of that, and I look forward to working with them. But what I would like to see today is that we talk about our goals. But I also want to see steps taken that we're going to implement these goals and not come back in another year or two and look at the same goals. I want to see them done and completed in a short period of time. And if there are goals that are going to take a lot longer to complete, then I'd like to have the council discuss what is our strategy on getting there. Because we don't do that. And I also wrote down one more thing. I would like to see our goals revisited every 2 months as part of the agenda to say, hey, where are we now? What are we doing? What can we do better? What do we need to adjust? And we never do that. So that's what I'd like to see today, is some good planning, good strategies, and good implementation plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will wrap it up. Something I feel strongly about, and we've already heard it today, is economic development. And the reason why I feel so strongly about economic development is I believe it's tied to a lot of what we are talking about today. We need revenue to achieve some of the things, most of the things that we want to do. And our economic development in Gilroy has been somewhat flat for quite a few years, and I think we need to put a lot of emphasis on economic development. So to give you some examples of what I believe needs to be done is we need an aggressive economic development team. We need a team that knows how to build relationships throughout this business community and this community. Part of economic development means city beautification. I think that city beautification can send a message to the residents of this community and to folks coming from outside, investors, visitors, tourism, that we are doing things differently. And city beautification is a great way to do that. Also, something that we've all been talking about a lot lately is enforcement of our current ordinances. We need to figure out a way to have stronger enforcement. Law and order is very important to economic development. One way that I believe we can do a little bit better with economic development is to promote peer-to-peer relationships with staff and members of this community. Peer-to-peer relationships are a great way for staff to get to know the private sector and the nonprofit sector. And just as important, it's a great way for those folks to get to know our staff. So I do believe that that's very important. Public-private partnerships are another way that we can help with economic development. So some specific ideas would be, I think, that we need to figure out a way, as Councilmember Fugazi mentioned, the outlets. We've got to figure out a way to start a public-private partnership and reinvigorate our outlet malls. We all know that Gilroy Gardens has a lot of property out in front of the actual park that I believe that we should immediately get back to a conversation of how we can develop that property and better monetize the property out at Gilroy Gardens. Moving on from economic development, I'm hopeful that we can take a look at the way we deal with the unhoused. I was looking back, as Councilmember Marks said, I was looking back at the past strategic plan goals. And what I read back in 2018 in the strategic plan goals was this: there's a need for coordination of all services and partners related to the unhoused, not just locally, but regionally. And that came from the then police chief. And I do believe that we've got to figure out a way to model the successes of other communities that have found a way to provide services with compassion, but also strong consequences. There are cities around the state of California that have found some success with a compassionate, with consequence model, and I believe we need to look at that. Looking at City Hall, customer service at City Hall, to me, is very important. So as somebody mentioned earlier, you don't know until you get in here. And what I have found within City Hall is there are some great things going on. There are some great people working here, and there's a lot of camaraderie amongst the city staff. But I don't think that our public knows that very well. And I'll give you an example. Me as I've been in Gilroy for 50 years. I've been a small business owner for 30 years. I've been involved in this community for a very long time. And I, on the outside, do not see that. On the inside, I do. And I think that our City Hall needs to tell its story better. There's a lot that we can tell. There's a lot that we should be proud of here. Finally, to leave on a little bit lighter note, there's something that we often hear in Gilroy about what people want in this town, and I hear pickleball a lot. And I want to use pickleball as an example, right? Not just for the pickleball lovers, but pickleball is important not just because it's a very popular game and there's potential for many, many people to play it, but I think pickleball and other infrastructure and capital improvements, if we could get that done, would be a reflection that our city has the ability to adapt to what's new and trendy. So thank you. Sorry, Kelly. We do have a few minutes left in this section. Was there any follow-up comments from any of the council members? Yeah, Kelly? Guess what? Pickleball.
Pickleball is on my list. And I think we have a great opportunity. So I just want to echo that, Greg. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, Tom.
And I would follow up with what you said about it, because I was staying away from specifics, but I'll just say some. You mentioned beautification of our gateways is a huge thing, I think, drives economic development, because it's the perception that you get when you come into town coming through a gateway. And if that perception is a negative, you're less likely as an investor to want to invest in the community, because it's the first thing you see. So it's working on changing that is very important to me, and I think it's very important to all of us. We've talked about that with economic development. And going down the list, when you talk about we've identified 3 things in the past. One was Shark's Ice. And to me, not just Shark's Ice on the sports park, but also developing the whole site and how we do that with this, because there's other phases involved in that. So there's just not, the Shark's Ice is one part of a bigger picture with completing that whole center there, because then it opens up baseball year-round, because you have all the soccer fields over there, and it just creates just a whole different dynamic in a space that we have ready to be developed. You talked about Gilroy Gardens in that lower area, and yeah, how do we monetize that? It's a great site, and we've recognized we need to control that, but also develop that. And so I look forward to looking at ideas of making that just work better, not only the gardens themselves, it's a key part of what we provide to the community in the surrounding area, but it's also developing that whole site. And then the outlets, helping them reimagine their footprint and how we can come alongside them, partnering with the private to just help them kick that into gear and something better and create more, again, more income, because that helps the bottom line for the cities.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you, everybody. Great comments. We can move right into public comment. Beth, any public comment?
I have two speakers, Anne Marie McCauley, to be followed by Maria Aguilar, and you will each have 2 minutes. Anne Marie?
This isn't an easy time to be a politician. Gilroy has a very diverse community, and I believe the current council is being unfairly accused of misrepresenting our citizens because of your race and economic standing. I spent the last 2 years paying close attention to your representation on City Council, participation as citizens, and involvement in the community. Each of you had the moxie to run for City Council and receive the votes to win. It was a close election showing that every vote counts. Now 7 votes represent 60,000 people. Most citizens have not invested the time I have in learning about you and how city government works. The only thing the citizens will judge you by is how you vote for them. The last election proved that if you reduce your citizens to numbers on a spreadsheet and leadership to simple accounting, you will not prevail. It also proved that my voice as a citizen can be just as powerful as your voice as an elect. Today, I thank the 4 incumbent council members and our city manager for listening to my voice in 2023 when asking for a housing coordinator. The council should be praised for developing our housing and community services division. Your commitment to this group is evidence that the accusations of your inability to represent our significant and long-standing poor demographic is untrue. We all agree the city can't afford to fund our housing crisis. We all agree we need economic development. This team has the ability to bring our tax dollars back to Gilroy in amounts that far exceed their salaries. This team is a bridge to our service providers and charities who cannot access funding without city involvement. As many of you just stated, it's important to put all Gilroy families first. Your support of Housing and Community Services Division is a great reflection of this.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My ask is just maybe an outreach. There are many residents who are elderly who are sitting on $1 million plus in equity, and yet they can barely support themselves on their daily cost. Everything's going up. Homeowners insurance is expected to go up by 22%. I know that in city of San Jose, the mayor sent out a flyer to every resident on information about how to get through the process of getting an ADU. And I believe that that's something that we should be doing here. Maybe a simplistic form for them to follow, for them to know that there are grants available, how easy it would be to build an ADU. Once the foundation is in, the connections are in, they have prefabs. They can just be put on the site. At that point, that individual can choose to divide their lot, sell the front, or have their kids move into the front, and the homeowner can age in place right there in their site. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. That leads us to item 3.3, that the city administrator.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm shocked. It took us only 31 minutes to get the pickleball. Thought it would at least be a little longer. Let me turn this off. Yep. All right. Where's the slideshow go? Turn it back on. Turn it back. Okay, I think I can do it from there, Bryce. Thanks. Okay, so this next 30 to 45 minutes is going to be about the only time you get of me, because I've told most of you that if I do more of the talking than you do, this is not a very good day. And so I'm going to go through a few things about our day, and then it's going to be you. And so bear with me on some of these things, but one thing that a lot of people ask is like, what is strategic planning? And as many of you know, having your own businesses or in private sector or even government employees or nonprofits, there are 2 million ways to do strategic planning. And everybody thinks their way is the best or what have you. But you really just have to get down to the core of what it really means to your organization. And for us, we have the opportunity every 2 years to have a complete change in how we operate, what our goals and priorities are, and what is expected of us. So as you can see, the managers in the room are kind of looking at you, saying, okay, what do you want us to do? Not very often you have 3 out of 7 turnover. You could at times have 4. And so with that comes a whole bunch of new ideas, a whole new group, and we've only known each other for 2 months. And we're still getting to know each other. You're still getting to know each other. And so today is kind of the first formal step where they can see, the public can see how we've already started down our path. The council staff acclimation takes a long time. I think if you were to ask some of the more recent council electees, maybe it takes about 6 months to a year to really know the people in the organization, to know how to get stuff done and how to legislate up there as well. So we're getting used to you, and I think you're getting used to us. But I'm highly encouraged by this group in the way that we're already working in a very team-like manner, and I think you're going to see that today as well. And I've seen it over the last 2 months. So the strategic planning budget process, our whole goal is to make it to June 2nd, 2025 with an adopted budget. That is our legal requirement to have a budget in place by June 30th. Now, it's not legally a requirement to have a strategic plan or a work plan or anything like that, but from the financial folks and all the auditors, you have to have a budget in place in order to spend money July 1st. And if you follow the federal government, that can be a pretty big challenge at times. Has not been for Gilroy. And the reason why it hasn't been for Gilroy is because the previous councils and previous city staff have started working in January and February and have got themselves set up to, by the time you get to June, you're pretty much done. Anybody thinks this is a rubber stamp process has no idea how much time goes into this, even by our electeds who we've probably put a couple hundred hours into this already. And so by the time we get done in June, we should have a pretty good idea of where we're supposed to be at and what we're going to do. Having said that, especially for some of the newer folks, you may say, well, wow, that's not very long. But I think it is. It's 110 days, 3 months, 21 days, 15 weeks, 5 days. So we're going to go at the pace that you want, not the pace that I want. My pace is June 30th. And if I don't have a budget in place by June 30th, I'm in trouble. We're all in trouble, but I'm in trouble too. But the rest of the stuff we can take at whatever pace you want. So it's important that the council, and already has communicated that what they're looking from strategic planning, because every group's a little bit different, and this already is different, and it's good different, because it's a good process already. So I'm not going to tell you when I think we should be done with strategic planning. You're going to tell me. And so that's why I don't have a list of all of our meetings. I don't have a list of everything we're going to do, because I've already changed how I've done it in the past, and I'm going to continue to evolve, and I'm going to learn from you, and I'm going to listen to you, and you're going to see I'm already listening to you. We're already listening to you, even though you haven't formally communicated to us what you really want to do, but we're listening. And so you'll decide when you've had enough of this, and hopefully it's not till 110 days, 3 months, 21 days, 15 weeks, 5 days. Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot already. And Bryce, could you write this down for us, please? It doesn't have to be out there in public. But I'm going to come back to this slide at the very end of the day. And it's going to be the last part of what we do after our last public comment. But I would really like any council members who are willing I'm not going to, go down the line and say, please do this, but what makes for a successful day? Anybody want to go first? Councilmember Marks said everyone participates. Okay. Respect. There are no wrong answers. Today is about the what, not the how. Any more? Okay.
I have one more.
Sure.
Try to not go down the road of that's not how we do it, or that's not how we've done it before.
We've always done it that way. It's just how we do it. Okay, so we have some pretty basic things. Be positive. That's hard. That's hard to do sometimes.
If the suggestions are given, let's have some solutions, to the problem. I mean, look at pickleball. Okay, yes, pickleball.
I got solutions.
Let's talk about a solution. How do we get there? And actually, like I said when I was talking about my goals, I want to see us move towards whatever we're saying. If we believe in economic development, then let's talk about how do we finance an economic team. So it's always positive where we're moving towards it.
We're going to talk about solutions. We're going to be specific. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so we're going to come back to that, and I'm sure we're going to be able to answer all those that we did that in essence, and that'll be one measure of our success. So what makes for a successful strategic planning process to you? I've heard various things from all of you about what you think makes a good process, but just very high level, any feedback you can give to the managers and to myself that a strategic planning process that you think is successful, productive, and gets you to where you want to be. What are some of those components?
Optimism.
Optimism.
When we end today, I'd like to walk out of here feeling like we're on a track and we're going and we're going to see completion. I want to see completion. And you know me, short period.
Now.
So measurable outcomes with specific timelines.
I like it. Yes. Measurable outcomes with specific timelines. I want a pickleball court by X date at this location. It's going to cost this amount of money, and this is what we're going to do.
Yes, exactly.
Where are they anyway? They're usually everywhere. Well, they'll be back. Don't worry. What else for a successful process? What about the community?
Yeah, community input.
We have a few.
Community
We have a few.
input.
I'd like to have more. Community input.
Staff input at some point.
Staff input. Yeah. Employee input. Union input. We're going to get all that.
Private sector input.
Private sector input. Anything else?
A willingness to look at best practices elsewhere instead of having to reinvent the wheel.
Sure. Best practices. They're out there. A lot of times on some of our reports, we scratch out that city and we put Gilroy and we send it on your way. I'm not afraid to admit that. Palo Alto, looking at you. All right, anything else for the successful process? Okay, so this page we're going to put away, and at our June 2nd meeting, which I hope we adopt the budget, we're going to go through that again. And we're going to clean it up because Bryce has really bad handwriting. But he got put on the spot. But and then every one of our strategic plannings, we're going to have a sheet that we start in the beginning, and we're going to look at the end. But this is the one that we're going to look at the very, very end. And if I can't look at that with you and say we did this, this, and this, then maybe we're not ready. Or maybe we missed it. But I don't think that's going to happen because we're going to be looking at these things all through the process, and I'm going to remind you, or you're going to remind me, that these are what we said we needed to do to be successful. Not the budget, not the, how much money you put in this and that, the process, and the results will come. So, okay. All right, Bryce, I think you're good. Yeah, I've already.
Great job.
You've done. Okay, so what aren't we going to talk about today? Challenges. We could talk about challenges all day, the state, the federal government, you name it. And sometimes that gets kind of old and kind of along the lines of positivity. We know what the challenges are. There's nothing new, except maybe a global pandemic that hops up every 100 years or whatever. But a lot of the challenges have been there for a long time, and we've dealt with some of them, and others are newer. But I'm with you. Spending a whole day on talking about challenges and what's wrong with the world just doesn't sound like very much fun. Finances. We will talk about finances, and we'll talk about finances a lot, but not today. Not today. Just pretend that we're really, really rich and we can do whatever we want. And because that, again, is another challenge. What we can't do. I always like to say that, and I get picked on with this, that anything's possible, but to what level do you want it? And today we're not going to say that's not possible. Let's say about, okay, it's possible, but to what extent can we do it? We're not even going to do that today. We're going to wait down the road and say, if you have a policy decision from council, you want to do this, this, and this, let's just get it down on paper today, and then we can talk about the specifics as we go further in the process. We're not going to say why we can't do something, and we're also not going to say, well, this is how we've always done it. That's also another thing I really don't like hearing. And then why something will never work. Well, the majority of big successes is because many people said that would never work. Going to space, things like that. You're never going to get there. Well, you're not going to get there if you think you're never going to get there. You're going to get exactly what you expect. So if you expect to be successful and you expect to have a good process, you're going to get that. If you expect it to be a waste of time and everything, you're going to get that too. So you get what you expect. And so that's why we're not going to say something isn't going to work. Okay, any questions so far? All right, so we're going to talk about staff expectations and commitments, but not just for today, and kind of what we as staff are looking from you. First and foremost, as Councilmember Marks said, tell us what you want us to do, and tell us what you want it, how much of it you want done, and then when we come for the budget, make sure you give us the resources to do it. We'll do it. We'll do what you tell us to do. If everything is a priority, then there are no priorities, and that is the biggest struggle of organizations, internal, legislative, external, is that everything pops up. And as was previously stated, if you look at our goals that we had in the last 2 years, I think quite a bit got done, but there are definitely some things that didn't get done. But one of the biggest reasons why things don't get done is you get distracted, or you lose your focus, or something pops up that becomes more important. Global pandemic. Totally understandable. Most of the goals we had in 2021, we were trying to survive, trying to take care of our community. So looking at things maybe from economic development and stuff like that maybe was not the highest priority at the time. But we're in a different situation right now. We will not overpromise and underdeliver, nor underpromise or overdeliver. Those are both very dangerous to do. One, you tell everybody you can do stuff, and then come to find out you really can't do it. Or you just say, oh, we can't do anything, but you know you can do something. So we're going to be very realistic with you, and I'm going to show you something in a minute that might kind of bring that into to play. We stay focused on our goals. That is a job for all of us to do, in that when something does come up, we have to remind ourselves, what are we going to sacrifice on our goals and our priorities in order to do this? It's hard because it's zero-sum, and in most places, if something comes on, something is probably going to get delayed or dropped off, and it's good to keep being reminded of that. Council sets the policy. So if there is something that you want changed in your community, either the ordinance or resolution or whatever, it takes 4 of you to do that. And once you do that, then that's our direction. I know that everybody has their own opinions and own thoughts, but you can't do anything without each other. And if you don't work well together, then it's hard for us to work well with you. And so we're looking for you to set the example on how to get your stuff done, because if you get your stuff done, then we can get our stuff done. And you do that through policy, laws, and legislation. And then lastly, it's hard to remember sometimes, but there are 7 of you, and I talk to almost every day. I talk to you, one or another, and but I have to be told what to do by the majority. And a 4-3 vote is the same as a 7-0 vote to me. And that's really hard sometimes because you have passion. And one thing we all enjoy, love this community, but a 4-3 vote, it means that you're that close to getting what you wanted or not getting what you wanted. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to us. It's 7-0, same thing. All right, how am I doing on time here? 5, 4. Okay, ground rules. Something in common. Everybody in this room loves Gilroy, and if you don't need to be here. Okay. Now, how you love Gilroy, or how you express that, or how you think you're right and other people are wrong, well, that's where the fun comes. But at the end of the day, there's nobody in this room that doesn't care about this community. Just not happen. I think as some of you, especially our new 3, have learned, the staff is very helpful. They're here to help you. They're here to make your lives easier and to get you the information and to get you what you need to make the best decisions that you possibly can make. And when I go back to the staff acclimation, and I had this conversation yesterday with a council member, that this group works different than the previous group. And every group works differently. And so things that we have brought to you that normally go right through just didn't. And that's fine. So now we know. And we're going to get better at it. And we're going to get more acclimated. And we're going to be ready. And we're going to know ahead of time where the points are of this group that you want to address before we even get there. But it takes a little bit of time. But it's just part of the business. And we've seen it before. And in 2 years, we may have a different group, and they may have a different approach. But we'll adjust. You'll see very quickly that we acclimate very quickly. But we're here to help. Everyone has a voice, but today, as soon as I get done talking, council's voice is to be heard. So as I said earlier, if you're not doing all the talking after 10:45, it's not a very good day. So I know this group will talk. I know they'll talk. Because that's what you've told me you wanted. There are no decisions today. Nothing, bad ideas. No, we can't do that. That'll never work. We're going to say that over and over. And we're going to remind ourselves during the day that, okay, let's put that down as an idea, because what somebody's ideal may be way up here, but maybe reality is kind of a little bit different. So why shoot it down before you really even know what's possible? No bad questions, no bad ideas, and then the weeds have to be avoided. Today is not the day to get into the specifics of what you're looking at. We're looking for policy direction. And then today is just the start of the process. So even if we don't get through everything I have on the agenda, it's okay. We'll have other times. We'll set aside other opportunities. But we won't sacrifice time for quality because we have plenty of time. And if we have to meet every week or 2, let's do it. But I want to get it right, and I want, when we get done on June 2nd, to say, wow, we really put a lot of time and work in this, and we got the result we were looking for. So how did we prepare for today? As I already mentioned, one thing that gets thrown out a lot in government is the term rubber stamp. And as a staff member, that can somewhat be insulting. And I think as council members, it can be insulting because it makes the assumption that the only time any of us have ever talked to you or worked with you is every other Monday, first and third Monday of every month. And if you know how much time you put into this, and I know how much time you put into this, that actually the finish line tends to be the council meeting. So if we have a new ordinance come up, I could spend 2 or 3 meetings with certain council members talking about that ordinance. They get comfortable with it. They understand what we're trying to do. They come up and they vote for it. So the reason why I say that is that we already started on that path. And you're going to see when we get to the point that you take over that you've already started working on your strategic plan. And we did that through several small meetings of the city council, no more than 3. We did not violate any Brown Act laws, but we did that, and that was at the suggestion of council. To say we want to work as these little micro groups with different people and to get different ideas. So that way when we show up, it's not the first time we've ever talked about this. And the good thing about that is even though you don't agree or you see a different way, you've established common ground in these micro meetings that you can then use to build consensus. If you try to build consensus on the dais for the first time, that is really the worst way to get work done. And that's what I always felt like. Council meetings sometimes are the worst places to figure things out. they're a great place to decide and to hear public input, but writing legislation on the fly is very difficult. So that's why it's so important that this group and myself and staff take those opportunities to meet with you, these micro groups, to get ahead of the process for our council meetings. And then, again, the purpose is to gain insight from the council as to what they, as individuals, might prioritize in the city's next 2-year budget. And you're going to see here in a little bit that I wrote down every single thing you said. And so I already kind of have an idea what you want to do, but we'll see what comes up over the next few months and what changes. Multiple individual meetings with council members and city administrator. I spend a lot of time with this council. It's great, it's fun, and the conversations are daily, and I learn a lot from you, and I hope you're learning from me. But what's also important is that I'm learning from you, and I'm passing it down. And so when I talk to our executive team or our managers, and we talk about a staff report that maybe didn't go like it normally does, that's the feedback we're getting, and we're working as a group because that's the feedback you gave us. And so those are the pre-planning, those are the investments. I call them investments in time. And I'd much rather have those big, long investments in time than to spend so much time up there not getting things done. Yeah, any questions, anything? Rolling here? Let's see. Yeah, I've got till 10:45. I'm at 10, so we'll probably be a little ahead. We were ahead a little bit with public comment, but it's okay. Okay, so what is strategic planning? I think it's actually very simple, and I think there's a lot of places that really complicate it and lose kind of what they're trying to do. And I just think there's three things for us. One is setting goals, and that's the council, and that's where do they want to go, what do you want to achieve? Very simple. And then what are your priorities? And we're going to go through the list of former priorities and goals, and you're going to see maybe in your mind that it's time to change some of those. So that's the feedback we'll need. Next is policy direction or allocation of resources. The biggest policy decision you make every other year is your adoption of the budget. Because we can't do anything without money. We can't do anything without allocation of resources. And so whenever people ask what the city's priorities are, you can actually see that reflected in what your budget adoption is. If you're spending 75% of your budget on public safety, I think it's safe to say that's a pretty big priority for you. You put your money where your mouth is, you put your money where your policies are. And then lastly is implementation and monitor, and that's the joint process between council and city staff. And I've heard about measured goals, time specific, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But those are really the three components that I think is important for us for strategic planning to make sure that we have very clear. And we're in number 1 right now. And we'll start talking about the second one here shortly, because you got to talk about money eventually. And then the implementation and monitor is what we do over the next 24 months after you've adopted that budget, which is, like I said, your biggest policy document you have. Okay, so how does this fit into our budget process? Like I said, no decisions today, a long way to go. Additional strategic planning sessions. We're already working on the budget, by the way. So we already know a lot of our costs. We know a lot of our escalators. We know our contracts that are going up. We know what things have cost us over years. 68% of our budget goes to personnel. And so we know what those increases are going to be. So we've been working on that since about December. And so even though you're not involved yet, you will be. You can do a parallel process. You're doing the strategic planning. The finances are eventually going to be kind of in that same discussion. And so even if you take 10 strategic planning sessions, it doesn't slow down the budget process because the financial part, it's just a train that keeps moving. Budget workshops, we have some of those scheduled on the calendar already. And then budget community meeting, we do one of those typically in May. They are very likely attended. I'll be honest with you, that we don't get a lot of interest in those, but we still do them. And then the budget adoption, the final step in the strategic planning process. Okay, so strategic plan discussions will continue through the budget process. I can guarantee you between now and the next 115 days, something is going to happen. Something's going to come up. Something is going to change in our world, and we're going to have to insert something into this process that you weren't anticipating right now, because that's just the world we live in. We're going to get new information. Right now, we're getting sales tax information. We're getting property tax information. It's coming in all the time. And we are in a very similar cycle than most cities. We do a 2-year budget. And so the people that we work with know that this information is very vital to us. And so it'll be updated information as well. There'll be some good, there'll be some bad, there'll be some changes to what we actually end up with in June. And who knows what will change in our situation. We've seen a lot of unfortunate things happen in the last 5-6 years in Gilroy, and the majority of those were out of our control. And just running a community, that happens. So that might really change what your priority becomes. You may get news that we may have a big new retailer coming into town that's going to generate $1 million a year in sales tax, and I hope that happens. That's the kind of information we're going to give you and say, hey, by the way, we think our forecasts are going to be a little better now because we've got this, company making widgets that's going to give us $1 million in sales tax. Those are the good things that happen every once in a while. And of course, there's some bad things that happen too. But again, the strategic plan does not get adopted until June when we adopt it with the budget. Am I going too fast? Do you want to ask any questions? Or... I'm going to keep going until you tell me not to. Sure.
I have a question. Back to a previous slide, you don't have to go back, but could you just elaborate a little bit more on the budget community meetings and the workshops? What's the difference of those?
Okay. The budget workshops are council workshops, and those are where you get that binder of 300 and some odd pages of all the financial stuff, and we usually take a workshop or two to go through that with you. And that's when council kind of really starts discussing where they're going to put their money and where their priorities line up with that. So that's a council process. The community is doing the same thing, but it typically solicits community members to come in and ask us questions about the budget. And it's usually the same 3 or 4 people that come to every single one of our meetings. But rarely do we get people who are just really kind of interested in, learning about what's coming up in the next 2 years. I think it's kind of standard, but it doesn't have to be the way it always is. And we have to think about ways to engage the community, get them to attend and be interested. Having money for pickleball will probably do that.
So when you talk about these dates, as you're learning from us, we kind of like things ahead of time. Mm-hmm. And so, I think that the sooner we get those dates on our calendars, the better off we're going to all be.
And I do have a calendar for you at the end of this today, but it's not going to include the additional strategic planning because I want to work with you through that to identify those. You may have a strategic planning meeting too that focuses on one topic, and so I'm going to adapt to you at that point. But some of the other things are set on the calendar, but we have flexibility. Okay, so we have vision, mission, and goal section, and those are things that we look at every 2 years. And I want to give you a little bit of the organizational theory of the mission and vision. At the very highest level, our mission describes what our purpose is as an organization. And for the city, it's simple and it's generally recognized. It's what cities are supposed to do. Okay, we provide quality service to our community and yada 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 yada. That's typically a city mission statement. And then the vision is where we eventually want to be, and by this date we want to be here. So these are very high level, very non-specific, and typically your mission statement doesn't change. You can see a lot of several companies that have been in business for 100, 150 years, and the mission statement is actually very similar to where they started 150 years ago. So that is something that is not changed all that routinely. Vision is something that the city updates, and right now we currently have Vision 2030, and it is not. It's not proposed to update that at this cycle. It would probably be the next one because we're only in 2025. And then that would be Vision 2040. And that's a pretty extensive process where you You identify what you want to look like in 10 years. And that's not where we're at with this right now, but something that certainly is coming up as we get closer and closer to 2030. And then we get into the objectives, which are the more detailed milestones that are required to reach our goals, and we also call those council priorities. And some of our previous ones, which I'll show you in a minute, has been to increase public safety, do this, increase, maintain, things like that. And then the activities is what gets done, which is the staff work plan. And you saw that it was sent out by Bryce a couple of days ago. That's the work plan adopted 2 years ago. We look at that, and we look at where we're what we've got done, what we still have to get done, and things that maybe have changed. And then the last part that I have heard from you and listened to is progress. I've really heard from the council you want to change the way that we measure progress. And so that's calling it Gilroy Smarter. We're Gilroy Strong, and now we're going to be Gilroy Smarter. And I'm going to show you in a minute what that really means. Okay, so Vision 2030. You may have seen this on our website or in some of the documentation we gave you as you're a candidate or what have you. But Gilroy 2030 is a safe and family-friendly community. So this would be the opposite of a SMART goal because it's not specific, it's not measurable, it's not really achievable. It's like feelings and how you want your community to be, but this is very high level. Our thriving downtown, the heart of the community, our arts and culture, our complete neighborhoods, our accessible recreation and leisure opportunities, our green city, it's environmentally friendly, our easy access and mobility, our balanced local economy, and our inclusive Gilroy community for all, which makes us a great place to live. So these were adopted, I can't remember, probably about 2020, 2018 maybe, somewhere around there. And so they're very general, they're very non-specific, but that's what the council at the time adopted. Okay, so the current goals for 24-25, again, we're not looking backwards, we're just giving you information here, is develop a financially resilient organization that relies on local revenues and resources. And the reason why this was a financial goal for the city is that we have learned, especially in the last several years, for the most part, the funding from the federal government and the state government continues to decrease. And if we want something done and we want to pay for it, we're going to have to look out for ourselves. And we had a couple of programs involved with that really helped us achieve a lot of that goal, including our grant program that's been very successful. We did try a local revenue measure, and it did not pass. So there are actions that we can directly connect with that goal from 24-25 as directed by council. Maintain and improve city infrastructure, including streets, facilities, and incorporates green energy practices. We have put a substantial amount of money into streets in the last several years. We've also incorporated green energy. We have a ton of solar panels going up right now. They're going to be going up all over. So we have specific projects that you can tie to that goal. Promote economic development activities that create opportunities for quality employment and increase the city's tax base. That was we established the Economic Development Division 2 years ago, filled that position for Economic Development Manager. And so again, a specific activity that addressed the goal you were trying to achieve. And then ensure neighborhood equity from city services, including public safety, streets, parks, and recreation. And that was the council's direction to ensure that we take care of the entire city, not just one part, and that everybody has a maintained CPI for their pavement or an equitable amount of programs in their neighborhoods and such. And then the one that was added, so these goals for 2024 and 2025 are very similar to the ones in the previous cycle, but the last one was a new one from the council. And promote availability of safe, affordable housing for all Gilroy residents. And so a specific thing that we did for that is we added a housing coordinator. We have a housing division now. And so, again, a specific thing that occurred because of that goal. Okay, so I only have this slide here, not really to make a real statement, but as we get ready to go into the part where the council takes over, it's really interesting to me that you can label a lot of the ideas that you have that fit in certain departments, and a lot of talk that you've already had about business streamlining and planning and permitting and things like that. If you look at where the concentration is of the work plan, we had, what do we have, 69 different work plan items, and we have completed about half of them, and the other half are underway, give or take a couple of percentage points. The majority of those were in community development, 18 of them. Okay, and then the rest were administrative, which I think are kind of more policy, legislative kind of things. But just so when you go through this and you talk about the things you want to do, just keep in mind that previously a lot of what you've seen from other councils actually kind of come from the same department. And it's not. It's because you're talking about economic development. You're talking about housing. A lot of the programs that are coming up and are being repeated, they actually come out of the same department. So just something to keep in mind. I'm not, like I said, we're not going to say what you can and can't do, but that's just a snapshot in time right now of what our current work plan is. Okay. Okay, we're getting ready for the break, and we're going to talk a little bit about the council discussion. The city's current work plan connects with the mission, vision, goals, and priorities of council over the years. So the goals and everything that we had in the last budget process and period have evolved over time. A lot of them didn't just pop up, and it's happened over the years. That they've certainly, like I said, the last one with housing was a new one last time. Every few years, there's changes in the council, and what the community expects, it's time to reevaluate, and that's what you're doing today. And council discussion is one of the many input opportunities, including some things that we've kind of told you we're working on, but you have not seen the results of. And one is the community survey, which we have completed. We received about 750 responses from the community. I'm just asking some very basic questions like quality of life. What do you see are some of the issues that the city needs to address? What do you like about the city? What don't you like? Several questions that are not statistical drivers. They're just getting a sense from the community that are they in touch with what you think the city needs and what we think the city needs. And so it's a piece of the pie. And then we also public comment during these meetings. You'll hear from many of the public. We do board and commission input. So we've already started reaching out to our boards and commissions to ask them what they want to see in the budget, what their priorities are. And that helps, again, as another data point for the council as you're getting feedback from your constituents, the community, the business community, what have you. It's another data point for you to consider when if you hear the same thing from all these groups, then I think it would be, reliable to say that it's a priority for your community. And then the other part that we did too is we are doing an employee engagement survey. So you also have the input from the employees as to what they're seeing and what they think should be some of our priorities. So you're going to get all this information. It's not statistical. It's not scientific. It's just a tool to help you hear from other people. So you're going to be seeing those things over the next couple of months when we bring those to you during the strategic planning process. Okay, so today we're beginning to identify where the council as a whole wants their goals, priorities, and policy direction. And policy direction is just a fancy way to say budget, because it is the ultimate policy direction. It allows staff to begin analyzing. And the things that we're going to go through once I turn this over to you, our staff already knows about, because I met with you and I went and told them. And so they're already looking in to see how they can help you achieve the goal that we think you're going to have for us. And that's good for us because that means we don't have to wait till June 2nd to finally start, getting into this. We're already working on this stuff. And we're going to keep working on it until we hear from you that it's actually not going to happen or what level it's going to happen at. So the staff begins analysis. Our finance department's already working on some of the things that I know you're talking about. You've said them publicly. You've said them today. And they listen. And they know with a good sense about what you have in mind. But it also will help us today to determine our next steps in the strategic planning process, because at the end of today, we're going to have just an open discussion about what do you want to do next. Do you want me to schedule you another strategic planning meeting? Do you want to focus on this? Do you want to focus on that? Or what? I'm going to take your input and then help design something that gets you moving in the next step. So those are our goals and of the council discussion that we're about to have. And so the other part of this, right now we're talking about the strategic plan, which is the current process we're in. And I talked about the financial plan. The thing I haven't talked a lot about is the work plan. So as we get further down, we'll actually develop work plan items for us to do. So if you want us to do something, our staff will go back, they'll have a work plan item, they'll identify the cost of it, what it's going to take to do. And the other thing that they will identify, which we will talk a lot about, is the difference between mandate, core, and discretionary. And over the years, the pie it used to be a lot of core and discretionary, and now in certain departments, I'll say especially community development, it's turned into mandated. And I'm not making an opinion good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just telling you the facts that a lot of things that come down the states, they're saying, you're going to do this. Okay, so that becomes mandated, and we have to do it, or there are consequences, and whether or not you're scared of those consequences is another thing. But that then becomes the things that we have to do. And then there's core things that are like we should be doing. Recreation department is not a mandated function. Nobody's telling us we have to do it, but a good community has a recreation department function, gives our kids something to do, keeps them out of trouble. It's good for community, but financially, it typically is not it's not a revenue maker. It doesn't have to be. And then the discretionary stuff is some of the stuff that you just want to do. Just projects, activities, things that you want to do. That section is getting shrunk because we're running out of the bandwidth to do it because of the mandated things. And today is not a day to talk about like what those are, but it is telling you as we put together our work plan for you to review and for us to talk about it, you're going to see those three categories, and you're going to see why sometimes it's difficult for us to get to some of those things that would be kind of fun to do or we'd like to do, because we're basically forced to deal with what we have to do. Okay, that's the only thing I'm going to talk about today with that. And then the last two parts is a performance measurement plan that I've heard from you, and as part of that is the SMART goals, and I'm actually going to dive into that a little bit now. Okay, so Gilroy SMART. Many of you know what SMART goals are. Our entire staff does, because when we do our employee performance evaluations, if you send in a goal for your employee to continue to being a good planner, we will reject that and send that back to you, because that's not a goal. That's what you're supposed to do. So we want our goals to be specific, and we want your goals to be specific. We want you to clearly state what you want us to achieve. Okay? And then we want to measure it. So let's say you want us to, let's just be real blunt here. You want us to do more code enforcement downtown. Okay, that's possible. So we do more code enforcement downtown, clearly stating what you want us to achieve by doing that. How are we going to measure that code enforcement? How many hours we're doing, how many days we're doing, how many citations we're writing? What's the measurable? If you tell me, Jimmy, we expect you to spend 2 days a week or a month or whatever doing nothing but code enforcement downtown, I can do that. We can do that. Is it achievable? Well, it depends. It depends on resource allocation and all that. So that's part of the discussion when we establish that SMART goal. Is it relevant? We ask ourselves, is that really something we should be doing? We ask ourselves, why is that a goal? That's obviously a good, there's a good reason why there's a goal for code enforcement anywhere. But asking yourself why that particular area is important and maybe not doing it in other areas is, it's a discussion you have to have. And then time-based, you have to have a realistic time frame for completion. By July 1st, by September 30th, by December 31st, that gives you a checkpoint in time to report and discuss what's going on in your achievement of that goal and whether you're making it or not, and why you're not making it, or why that goal needs to evolve. That constant check-in is very important for SMART goals, because the goal that you started out with may not be the one you end up with. It happens a lot, actually. So when you talk about performance measurement, how to how to see how we're doing. This will be a change for us, and it'll be a system we'll have to establish, and the timing is very good for us. And the example is the C-click fix, which we're trying to get it out, we're fighting to get it out, we're getting there, but that is really going to be the ultimate betting on yourself, because you ask me all the time, well, how long should it take to do this? How long should it take to do that? What are the expectations? What can I tell the constituents when they call and ask me this, how long it's going to take? It's all going to be transparent. It's all going to be on our website that says on this date X was reported. We told you the expectation was 72 hours. It's been 144 hours. We got to answer that question why. And I'm okay with that. I'd much rather prefer that than some of the alternative methods. Well, we're not really sure. We'll get to it when we can. The key is that not everybody will like the expectation, but at least they'll know the expectation. And that's what I think this council wants, and I'm excited to go through that as well, because it lets everybody know what we've committed to doing. So that's another probably strategic planning session in itself, but that is the Gilroy Smart that we're gonna be working towards. Any questions? Pretty good. Okay, so I think right now we're a little ahead, but I don't think that'll last. So I think if it's okay, why don't we go ahead and take our break now, because I'm done. I've talked way too much. I'm tired, and I want you to do all the work now. And so why don't we take a break, our 15-minute break, and then we'll come back, and I'm going to sit in a chair, and I'm going to write down everything you tell me, but it's going to be the mayor and council show from now.
Jimmy, as a reminder, we do have a public comment after this, so anybody from the public, they have 15 minutes to prepare to do that if they would like.
Please don't be shy. Come on now. You have something to say. I know you do.
Yeah, so we'll take the break till 10:45. We can do the public comment after that.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to work.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to get going here in another 30 seconds or so, so please return to your seat. All right. We will continue the meeting, and per the schedule, the next item is public comment, and I believe we have one.
Yes, we do. We have TJ Napa? Napihat.
Hi, I'm TJ, and I'm a former homeless person and currently secretary of the Gilroy Union of Homeless. I want to see you know this program work. I want you to know for people who want help. I want you to know that this service provider wants to be homeless and not to talk. And I approve this, and I want to have a voice in my city and make it
Mayor Bozo, we have one more speaker.
All right, go ahead.
Chris?
Hi, council members. My name is Chris Demers. Hi, staff. How are you? I'm a member of the community, been a Gilroy resident since the year 2000, so I had to stay home with my son today because he's getting over sickness, and happy to be able to partake in this planning session and get to listen to the process, and it seems very participatory so far, so definitely appreciate that. I think just in terms of what you're going through, the exercise, and a couple of things that I would, maybe three things that I would kind of hope would be considered in your thought process. One is just sort of like kindness to our neediest residents. And I think in my mind that really means our unhoused, folks that are at risk of being unhoused, and our immigrant populations as well. I think there's a lot of pressure in those communities. There's a lot of inclination to blame them for problems that may be not entirely in their control. And so without sort of like getting pointed about any particular issues, just public policies of this city that are kind to those populations and understanding to those populations, because I think that's really needed. That's what helps drive solutions. I'm also, very aware, having been a resident of Gilroy since 2020, that this city, struggles to find economic development opportunities that really seem to be drivers, that really seem to be allowing it to keep up with some of the other localities within Santa Clara Valley in the area. And I don't have I'm not here to sort of say like, hey, try this, here's a silver bullet. I think that, there's a lot of things that are out there that make sense to do to try and create the right business climate for small businesses, to try and draw in new types of small businesses. And I just want to add one thing to that conversation, which I know is not an idea that I have originally come up with, but I just think it's something to think about, which is, we're part agrarian community, part outgrowth now of Silicon Valley, and I just think that there must be an opportunity there with respect to ag tech and drawing in some ag tech businesses that may be looking for a place to domicile themselves. I know that the Salinas Valley has been a beneficiary of a new hub that's been started by, I think it's the Western Growers Association.
Chris, can you hold that one? You went past 2 minutes a while back. The bell didn't go off, so sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
This
it's
is a
okay.
2-minute time limit. I heard 30 but for 15 or 30 minutes, and then I heard there were 2 comments. So I
It's,
thought that I had a little bit of time.
but we're going to hold each individual. But we do have an open public comment later, so feel free to come
All
back
right,
up.
I'll hopefully still be there then. My third
Yeah.
point, I won't go into it then, was just simply about smart growth. And I think that we're trying to do some amount of smart growth as a community, but I see some ways that we're not entirely following that, and some of the growth that we are doing doesn't seem to match up to that. I'd like to see more consistency with those principles, which are
Thank you.
widely known. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next we're going to get back to council discussion, and just as a reminder, the idea for this next section is about 45 minutes. We're not married to that by any means, but it's about 45 minutes. If it goes a little bit long, that's okay as well, because we are ahead of schedule. So,
All right, thank you, Mr.
take it away, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, as promised, we're going to dive into some of the topics that I've heard from you over time. And what I'm going to do is, I have a list here, 4 or 5 slides of different items. Some of them are very general, but it's your turn to kind of get more specific. And I can answer questions for you. Staff is here to answer questions, but I can give you updates too on some of these things. And the first one up there is the Shark's Ice that we have been working on for several years. The arena itself is designed, and we are right now doing the environmental work on the dirt. The idea is that we have to raise the arena up, and we'd like to use the dirt that's there, but it has been farmed for a long time, and so before we can do that, we have to get that evaluated. That is, I know it sounds like not a real complicated thing, but it's really the last kind of piece before we come back to council, talk about financing and things like that. But this particular item was Shark's Ice, centered around, I think, economic development. So I'm going to describe, and I may ask you a question to clarify or to kind of help me make sure I get it right, but now it's I'm going to turn it over to the mayor and council and get to work.
No, you go. Oh, Jimmy, did you want us to, is the idea that we're starting with Shark's Ice, or are we all over that list up there?
There are no rules.
Okay.
So if you want to go somewhere else, we could come back to it, but it's a topic that was brought up, but we can do whatever you like.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fugazi.
I think the first two actually go together really well, and in the world of economic development in the city, our gateways are super important, and we have an extreme opportunity that obviously prior councils have identified and helped work on very hard to acquire Shark's Ice. But I do believe that we have to put a city focus into that particular area in a more broad way, and also look at how we involve other developers, economic incentives, things of this nature to really have a planning process about going out and developing that area. It is a need regardless of Shark's Ice, but this is an incredible opportunity to take up.
Jimmy, I have a question. Would the Sharks be improving any of the roadways out there? Because Monterey Road out there is deteriorating rapidly.
Yeah, the answer is no. And we have contacted Caltrans, and we have our own CIP to do improvements out there. But the major project that is going to occur that will definitely help is where the frontage road goes and then the entrance into the sports park. That intersection is being completely redesigned to handle the traffic. So I can assure you, and I'll make sure to list that, come back to you with, but that is certainly something that is going to be addressed, but not by the Sharks.
And I think the public would like to hear, what exactly does Caltrans own out there on the roadway? Their property line extends from where the hotel is, Hampton Inn, to where? Do you know? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I am.
Okay.
I do, yeah.
Because I know we're always getting blamed for not doing under the overpass, but that's not our property, correct?
That is correct. Anybody else on this? Well, okay, let's talk a little bit about incentives. incentives mean a lot of different things. So how do we incentivize developers? What tools do we want to explore? Give you an idea. In other communities I worked in, incentives can be tax breaks, revenue sharing, things like that. What ideas or what thoughts do we have about that? Because not all cities like doing those things.
Yeah, I mean, I think incentives should be explored. I don't think that we should narrow it down now. I think that that is part of the bigger picture of what we need to, one of the pieces of the puzzle that we need to explore in order to create a very strong and robust economic opportunity here in Gilroy.
When you're talking about incentives, can you go into a little bit more detail? Are you referring to mostly businesses that lead directly to sales tax and TOT tax and that type of thing?
I think it could be a couple of different things. One is that whenever you're trying to attract a business to the community, many of them don't come here because there are certain barriers. And I'll give you an example. Is Trader Joe's. I hear all the time, why don't we have a Trader Joe's? Well, Trader Joe's has a lot of smart people working for them. And they know a lot more about their market and their business and all that than we do. And a lot of the time is we can't make money, we can't make our capital investment back by building the building. And so some of the tools you have, as Mr. Bracco mentioned, is impact fees, credits, sales tax sharing, doing those kinds of things that gets them on their way, because that time to build up the business is where I think they really lose a lot of money. And so it's been effective in some communities and others that I've worked in, that you give those incentives that expire after a period of time. An example I can give you is an auto dealership in Morgan Hill. The Ford store, when they came in, they were kind of iffy about coming in because of the capital investment in the building. The city of Morgan Hill gave them some impact fee rebates and also gave them sales tax sharing for a few years. Those are incentives that are possible. They're not tools that we have normally used, but that, again, that's a policy discussion for council.
So can I just, when we talked about doing this and putting, just ideas out there and stuff, I kind of had a visual in mind. Can I just share that a little bit? So if we're talking about economic development, right, I look at that as kind of the center of the wheel, and then what does that mean? What do we need to look at that would drive that economic development and kind of the spokes off of that wheel? And so, for example, the gateways, I've talked with Greg and Tom about, the need to beautify our gateways. That's one spoke, right? Another spoke would be, hiring and creating a robust economic development team that is led by an experienced, knowledgeable economic development director with a proven track record. The other big, in my mind, piece or cog spike to that wheel driving the economic development is looking at our community development department and the role that they play in economic development in terms of customer service, helping potential investors through the process, things like that, which then, of course, would mean we would need to enhance the resources there and the staffing there, because to go back to your point earlier, so many of the state mandates fall under their umbrella that are non-negotiables. They are related to deadlines, and those deadlines are getting shorter and shorter. So much of the staff resources are put into that, but we need to create additional staffing opportunities that can support the driving of the economic development. So I kind of look at it like, if we look at economic development as a whole, what plays into that? In a broad sense that then can be narrowed down.
Can I say something? The measurables, I think that's absolutely, a key thing in what you're talking about too. Is,
absolutely.
Is having a team, having expectations, having measurables, and having them be transparent.
Having a blueprint,
and,
an economic development
exactly.
Blueprint,
Total agreement.
That, this is something that, the economic development director can work with the community, can work with staff, can work with the council to create this blueprint of what does our economic development strategy look like, now implement it. And those are things that, to me, I'm looking at holistically for economic development.
Tom?
Well, I would think, looking at our history, we did have an EDC that worked with the city, and talking about partnerships, the mayor...
Tom, can you explain that to people? Because I don't know.
Right, no, I will, yeah. No. The Economic Development Corporation, they basically brought the business here. If you look at the model that they had, working with the city naturally helped fund that, along with the Chamber of Commerce. And it was the public and the private working hand in hand together, bringing businesses here. So the Lowe's, all that you see out over there was a byproduct of that. Bill Lindstedt led the charge, and it was very successful. Now, time has evolved, and things have changed. We've had a number of things happen, and so we're faced with a whole different direction. And I think we have a model that was very successful. We also have, with Morgan Hill and other cities that are doing it, an example of, from the public side, that's successful. And so how do you engage that, still engaging the private side to the EDC that the city has, and making it robust so that we do bring in businesses, we bring in the development we need to bring in the revenue. And it's important. It's been established before, and we can, I'm really want to see that reimagined and really successful, because that's key for us for growth.
So one of our housing programs inside community development, our policies is to collaborate with the development community. So the way I see this is that this would be, and I'm fully in support of it, be more of like a capacity building where everybody has the mindset of economic development, right? They're hearing it from us today. If we create that department, they hear it, but it needs to get out of its silo and go everywhere, right? And be everywhere. So if we are having a developers roundtable, a portion of that needs to be, spun into economic development. And whether that means we're at, the courtyard or the senior center or city hall or any of those other places that we're having meetings, if people from this economic development team were to be a part of those decision makings early on and ongoing, I think would be something important to have.
And I think getting back to key to that is not only engaging, with developers outside of our community, but engaging the developers within our community that know our community, know the challenges, working with the city, just the state, all the things they're faced with, and it's critical to get the private side really plugged into this in the direction we go, and having roundtables, having meetings, and engaging that is critical to its success and for our success as a city. And so
that's a very important resource that we have, and they are the ambassadors to reach out and to bring that in. Yeah. And I think that it's an excellent idea, and one that if it's driven again through the S and our SMART in terms of very specific things that we want to get done, coming down from us is saying we need revitalization in the areas of the outlet malls, or we need a revitalization in the gateway, or what have you, and be able to drive general needs and goals that we have to such a group, to try to be very specific in where we're driving that economic development in the way that we want.
And I think that those conversations, I've talked to Greg about bringing people to the table, the stakeholders, local developers, community development staff, investors, planners, all of the people that have a stake in this, sit down at the table and create the successful model and create the successful path working together because, first of all, I think there's a lot of miscommunication, if you will. And I think that, you hear, from somebody here and then you hear it from somebody here and it's like, okay, well, I'm hearing conflicting stories, but similar stories, this and that. Just get everybody to the table. Everybody at the table, we have knowledgeable, smart, intelligent, visionary people here that really want to participate in this. Invite them to the table.
I'm going to sound a little redundant here because I know we're talking about relationships, but I want to give one more example. In our business, as in construction, it's hard to imagine us as business owners not having a relationship with someone who gives us money. And that's just one of the things I want to make an analogy with whether it's our community development department or our engineering department. Anybody that's doing business with members of the public that are doing business in this community, it seems to me that it behooves everybody for them to have a stronger peer-to-peer relationship with.
And I do want to say something because I feel very strongly about this, and it's kind of off track a little bit, but I've sat on the Planning Commission for a couple of years before being elected, and I have worked with the community development staff. Top-notch people. They are top-notch people. But the demands of these mandates that are being sent down by the state are overwhelming them. And they have the greatest intent to provide the service that is expected by, people coming in using that department, but their heads are down because they are overwhelmed. They work long hours, and again, I think a lot of it is like you made reference, Greg, earlier, we were on the outside and then we came on the inside and it's like, oh, wait a minute, okay, now to your point, we didn't know what we didn't know, right? I do know that this staff is an amazing staff, and I know they get hit left and right, and I just want to acknowledge they're great, and sometimes the hits hurt. So I do want to point that out and commend that staff just publicly. That's all.
Yeah, and that's great, and they are great. And the thing is that when we get and we return and we talk about the things that we want to do, then we're really going to be faced with what you're talking about is the head under the water and the 18 work plan items that I showed you about community development. And then the priorities you want for those, because that's when the hard conversations come. But we're going to have a day and time when we do talk about challenges and staffing and things like that. But to your point as well, the economic development machine can help provide more resources. And that we're here. I've heard this from Dave. I've heard this while you guys were candidates. Okay, so this is, again, we're not surprised by what we're hearing.
You mentioned, so here we wrote down incentives, sort of specific towards shark size, but over in economic development, engine wheel over here on the right. Do you have any ideas of economic incentives that come with, that fall within an economic development program or policy, or is there help from the state and county, things like that, programs?
I'm sure there is some help, but getting back to one of the previous council goals that we realized is that help is not really there as it used to be, and it doesn't get you over the finish line. And an example, if you want to talk about sharks, you're talking about the same thing, by the way. Just because it says sharks up there, it could say anything. Yeah. Is that you look at an area that could use some love, especially as you go south on Monterey and you go into the area next to the Hampton. Okay, so how do you get somebody in there that says, you know what, that shark's ice is going to be over there, and these kids and these parents are going to be wanting to stay over here, they're going to want to eat. So what's the what this person that you talk about, the team, they should know automatically what the best business could be over there, whether it's a smash burger or a, I don't know where kids go, my kids are a little older, but you know what I mean, like a pizza place or whatever. And they reach out to the business community, and they get a hold of Mountain Mike's. And Mountain Mike says, well, the margin just isn't there with us for, we would like to build a building, we'd like to do this. That's where this team and this engine has to have the tools to say, this is what we could do for you. We could waive your impact fees. We could do this. We could give you a break on this for a certain amount of time to get you on your feet. I don't know those answers, but I'm telling you, there are people really good at this stuff. That's what they're going to do for you. We don't have that right now. We really don't.
Speaking of that, though, what we see so often, we have to be careful that we use it for what we want. So what I mean is we decide we want a pizza place over there, so we go out and reach out and we give breaks or whatever it is because that's what we want to move into that area. Not give those same breaks to somebody who wants to open an antique shop downtown, because we don't need that. And so often we do things that sound really good, but then other people use it and it's not what we intended it to be used for.
Exactly, and that's why your incentives have to have a couple of goals, and the two most common goals are jobs, tax revenue. So is that antique store going to generate a lot of jobs? Probably not. Is it going to generate tax revenue? Probably not. So you have parameters in place. And in some places where you have an auto dealer, if they generate more than $20 million a year, this certain incentive clicks in. 10 million, 30 million. Certain incentives click in, makes you consistent, and it makes it very easy for everybody to understand before they even come into town.
And one thing to make clear, too, is that you're not necessarily foregoing those impact fees. You may just be delaying them, and you may also delay them with interest to a later date or based around the success of the business or what have you. So it doesn't mean that you're giving up all of that money. It just means you might not get it right away, and you're betting that that's going to have a good economic impact, and the company is basically taking it on a loan from the city.
Yeah, so the deferral of impact fees is a great example because that's a state law that just came down for housing developers is to not collect those fees up front, let them know what they're going to cost so everybody can pencil that out. But don't worry about it. You build what you need to build, and we'll take care of it on the end. And as far as waiving impact fees, a great example is 8th and Alexander. We wanted something, right? Our goal was to provide affordable housing, deeply affordable housing. It was the county's property that's just been sitting there vacant. And this is exactly what we wanted, and it came to the council, and we waived like $2.1 million worth of impact fees because this is something that we wanted. So I think these are two things that should not be heavy lifts. We're oftentimes already streamlining and thinking of these creative ideas are just in different sectors. They're in a different silo.
And by the way, this is coming out of the feedback from developers, like Jimmy has often said, every city is the worst in attracting developers because they all might say that in some way, shape, or form. But the fact is they do have choices on where to go, and making an economic reason that's both good for them and ultimately good for the city is what's key. And yes, to Councilmember Ramirez's point, having skilled people who have done this and who know how this process works is going to pay off for sure in the future. And so I like the direction we're going.
This is so easy.
Okay, I'm going to move on if you're okay. I want to talk a little bit more about the gateways. I think it's obvious what you're thinking, but let's kind of just throw out some ideas about just get a little more specific if you would.
Right.
I will say that, like, if you look at Leavesley and 101, it's so much better. Valley Water cleaned all that up. They took away the porta potty. They did things like that. But that's not that's where you should be, right? So when we talk about gateways, what are some ideas or what are some thoughts that you would like us kind of to dive into a little deeper?
Tom?
Yeah, maintenance.
I can go through I have a list of different things that affect all through the city, but specifically in the gateways, and it goes to, Greg was talking about beautification in general. Things like the enforcement, and it's no surprise people, I'm saying this, is enforcement of signage ordinances, and not having it be the Wild West of the way things look when you come into town. Obviously, proactive graffiti removal, maybe not just reactive, and really looking for it. Litter. I know that there's jurisdictions for this kind of thing, but you know what? Why not be proactive as a city and even go where somebody else is supposed to do it, some other organization, just so that our city looks good when you get off the off-ramp. Definitely something. And I had landscape and tree issues as well down there. Businesses that right when you come in the city don't have a great look. How do we help them have a better look, right? So you have a gas station right when you turn to go into our city that has the T12 bulbs showing in the sign for the last I don't know how many years with no sign in it, graffiti in the back and various other things. This is something where how do we engage with those businesses or those property owners to make those specific properties better with incentives or whatever else it might take.
So to add to that, those to me are things that should be going on, ongoing, right? But I think that there needs to be, again, a very strategic investment in creating a welcoming and beautiful, when you come off that freeway and you're an investor or you're someone that is here to stay for a couple of nights because your kid is playing at the Sharks for the weekend, I want to stay here. I want to invest here. And that means being very strategic with an investment in, do we get an landscape architect to create, a blueprint, if you will, and then investing, obviously there would be a long-term investment in terms of maintaining anything that we plant out there. But, the maintenance has to continue. The ordinances have to be enforced on everything. But we also need to go beyond that because it's like infrastructure. It needs to be in place prior to us going out to those potential investors. So if they're like, well, let's see about Gilroy, and they come off the freeway to check out a potential piece of property or land or something, it looks good. We can't say to them, well, don't worry about it. In a few years we're gonna get that good. It needs to happen.
I agree 100%. Just from some different stories I've heard about that first look. I think one of the things we can do too, like a master design is what you're talking about, is engaging our arts, because there are some cities who have put artwork in coming into the gateway. So how you engage not only local artists in really enhancing your gateways, but just how you can make that really really appealing to the eye. The thing about Gilroy is it's a hub, and people may want to stay here so they can go to Monterey. They may not be able to stay in Monterey, and Gilroy is a great place to do that. So we've got to really make that work well for them to want to stay here, and it's got to look good. You really got to. We got to step up our game.
Exactly.
If we're going to be successful in attracting businesses and people moving here, and us being proud of our community, and it's part of that.
So one of the things that we can take ownership of this too is to take over the maintenance of certain sections, like whether it's the Cloverleaf of Caltrans right of way. We already do this on like Santa Teresa Boulevard. We have contracting crews that come through there and clean up. So if that's something that we want to get done, I'm pretty sure that would actually be nice to hear how much that would cost, or whether that's just an agreement that we have with Caltrans, so we can take ownership of it, rather than like having so many people put in service requests and then just wait an infinite amount of time for something to get taken care of.
I absolutely support a strategic way about dealing with this, but I think it's hand in glove. We have a very short-term burst kind of need, I think, that can happen in a lot of these issues. Case in point, when you come into our town from the south, there are 2 ancient Gilroy signs covered with graffiti sitting back in the bushes, okay? That's the welcoming. And then the next welcome you get is a water tower filled with graffiti, okay? And then the next welcome you get is an old hotel with graffiti all over the front of it. And so I don't think that we have to do both of those things. Look at a strategic way of dealing with these issues, and we have to actively attack them right now. It's not something we can wait for. And it's all across the city. It's the gateways. It's different places. And we see these things. And we have a reactive way of doing it. And we also have, it's very common for people to have this thing where they just get used to certain things. And it doesn't exist with me. I just get aggravated over and over by seeing them. But for some people, they do. And I think we have to have that 2-step approach to this. How do we long-term have a strategy that this matters to us? And how do we short-term get this thing turned around so that they meet at the same time?
Question, Jimmy, regarding Gilroy. We have so many other agencies that we cross over with, Caltrans, Valley Water, County Roads. Are those some of the challenges? I know I'm not supposed to say that word today, challenge. Is that sometimes that part of the challenge of maintaining some of these properties?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need
to. A lot of the places that we do sometimes jump into is because others have not. And for example, some of the creeks and things like that, we do get out there, much for health and safety issues. But it's a challenge. And there's no blame there. I'm not blaming them. I know they're like everybody. We'd love to do more, but I think it's something we can talk about.
But we can also get community involvement in a lot of this too. This area of Monterey is being maintained by Gilroy Rotary Club or the Boy Scouts troop XYZ, and they get a sign out there, that type of thing, and that's that's an age-old a way of doing things where it's not necessarily, continually burdening the city, and we can provide tools to those organizations. If you see graffiti, this is what you use to abate it, or at least let us know, or whatever. But I think that it's, I think if the community starts to see that the city is investing and making an effort, there will be more buy-in and engagement from other resources to help with that effort ongoing.
I'll cut down those 2 signs if you want, just letting you know.
I'll add, I think we're all in sync when it comes to beautification, but I want to be careful that we're not focused just on the gateways. It's all the medians, it's park entrances, and I have a little experience in that work, and it's in my experience is that there's a great return for a little bit of investment just by a refreshing occasionally. So that needs to be part of this long-term maintenance and refresh.
But when we get to the priorities, it's just like a house, right? When you go to sell a house, you better have a really nice front door, because it's this thing they go through and they come out of. It's their first impression, their last impression. So when we get to the nitty-gritty, which we're not doing here, it is the gateway areas, I think, that need the most push first. But it's all through the city.
And I have to agree with the mayor. It's not just our gateways, and it's our citizens that are doing a lot of this dumping. Because I know on Miller Avenue between 8th Street and Santa Teresa is becoming a dumping ground for furniture, for anything that they want. Now bottles of, containers of oil have been dumped. That is something we're going to have to put our heads together to figure out what we're going to say to our citizens, that they should be taking pride in our city and not just dumping things wherever. So, and maybe something that when Public Works is driving around and they see some of the garbage, it would be nice for them to be able to pull over and pick it up and not just drive by.
We have an issue in this area, probably everybody else has it too. You see these folks on Nextdoor, they're advertising to yard cleanup and stuff. And out where I'm at, we've had them several times. They have a dump trailer and they don't even stop. They just dump it going down the road. Or tires. You know, the city had to deal with that a while back. And it's just, I don't know what we can do, but, you know, it's getting to the point where something needs to be done. You know, it's just not right. They're dumping their trash wherever they feel like it.
Anybody else?
I'm only going to follow up one thing on what Dion said. I think overall, when you look at code enforcement or the enforcement of certain ordinances, we have fireworks, you know, ordinance enforcement, you have dumping, you have these things. I tend to think that either we're not hitting them hard enough with a hammer, we're not doing it enough, we don't have enough, we don't have enough powder. I don't know what the reason is behind it, but if people are willing to keep doing things despite being against the law or against an ordinance, somewhere, right, we haven't done the right thing. Sometimes it can be a little bit of public shaming, you know, in social media. You know, hey, Gilroy, you're better than this. But other times you're going to have repeat offenders that we've got to take it to them rather than just keep trying to clean up after them, so to speak.
So I'll double down on that with you. Code enforcement was one of my things here. You know, if we're going to have codes, they need to be enforced. If that means more enforcement officers, whatever. But then also I think that if we start to improve and we start to have more, you know, our residents will have more pride, they're going to see something, say something, right? We see it all the time. You know, people, you know, take pictures and then they post it, you know. Here's a truck that was driving out past Dion's place and was dumping, and darn it, you know, we've done such a great effort here trying to beautify this place. I'm mad, and I'm going to take a picture of this, and I'm going to send it in. See something, say something. So I think it kind of goes hand in hand.
But I think it's the escalation of what's the penalty and actually enforcing a penalty and just have it escalate up. If we have somebody who is, one of them I just recently reported was there's a giant restaurant set up at Los Animas Park in front of the flags, okay? It's not the first time I've seen it there, and it's not the only place that this particular individual decides to set up a pop-up in the city. Hit them with 200, hit them with 500, hit them with 1,000, and then find a way that we can, through some way, shape, or form, enforce this. I look to you and you to help us do that. But that's the only way. And if it comes to fireworks and we can't get it through dollars and cents that we have, how do we get it through, the criminal system that somebody's, we're in fire danger and everything else? It's like, no, you lit off something that flew in the air. We're putting the cuffs on you. We might only get one out of 100 of them, but it's going to make a statement that we mean business in the city, that we want things better in the city, and we're going to take the steps necessary to ensure that.
So I'm going to pump the brakes on you just a little bit because it's so easy to start veering off on, and you admitted it yourself, that to figure out what we could do, what we should do. But we hear you loud and clear. We hear you. And we're going to come back, and then you're going to talk about, like, okay, what are we not successful? Why is this not working? And there's a lot to that story. So we hear you. We spent some time on Shark's Ice, and I think it's just molding into the areas, which is strategic planning in general. It does veer off. But I want to kind of go through this list a little bit more and make sure you're okay to move on. If you're not, tell me you want to talk more about it. But Shark's Ice, the area, city gateways, you okay? You got enough for now? This isn't your last chance. More things will come up. And then long-term strategy for growth. And I think that goes in touch with long-term strategy for revenue growth. Is that okay to kind of lump those together? So I'm going to get rid of this. And as you're ready to go, long-term strategy for revenue growth. We talked about Measure C was, one idea. It did not pass. So now what do you have in mind? What makes you think when you hear that?
Economic development.
Is that the only way?
Many types of economic development, but you bring up a good point.
TOT?
Yep. I know the answer, so I asked the question.
We are the lowest TOT in the county and most of the region.
Again, no bad ideas, so I'm going to throw one out here that might be a bad idea because I know it from other cities. There's things like, real estate transfer taxes, things like that. So, yes, economic is development, but, also sales tax measure. You got to think about it,
Reevaluating city assets, is that?
Sure. We have assets. We have lots of assets. We have lots of land. Resources. One time, but still. You want to buy something else and you can sell something, maybe you... Yeah. Do we have a vacant property that we know there's no way in heck we're ever going to use? That's an opportunity.
Are there zones? I'm not sure the correct word.
Opportunity zones,
yeah, there you
things
go.
like that. Yeah, there you go.
That's the word I was looking for.
I'm going to throw another one out there. CFDs, community facilities districts. Just to discuss, not to scare anybody or anything. So yeah, I mean, this is a good one, but there's other things we can look at too. Some of them are not very appetizing, but that's not today. Okay, I get the sense that this is not new stuff for anybody, and if you're ready to move on, we can move on to the other one. We talked about Economic Development Department. Do you want to continue to talk about that? Do you have enough here to send us off on our way, or do you think you have enough? I'm seeing a lot of head bob. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think so too.
But even though we're moving on from long-term strategy for revenue growth, I'm really looking forward to exploring some of those newer ones. Economic development, where we all been talking about that, but some of those other ones are interesting.
I think the one thing that we haven't said is that everything can be tied to economic development.
Yeah.
Everything can.
Yeah.
And it can also be tied to public safety as well. Yeah. So just because you don't specifically say it every time, if you have that overall large plan, then it gets tied in eventually.
And you can look at your TOT and say, why aren't people staying here in Gilroy? Well, it ties into a lot of the appearance.
Sure.
And so all these go hand in hand. And when we talk about how we're going to fund, then that is at a later date, we're going to have to think about our priorities and what is really going to get Gilroy moving. Because I am so tired of listening to people say our downtown is unsafe. I'm so tired of it. I don't feel that. And yet it's the appearance of the empty buildings. And so it all goes together. And when people come in, do they want to invest in downtown? Geez, look at all these empty buildings. Why are they empty? Maybe they don't have the business. Perception is 99% here.
Yep. Okay. I think I can move on. So let's go into one I think we'll spend some good time on. I think it's some good ideas. Next is the new business process. And that got brought up. Let's say I get asked all the time, well, how long does it take to get a business license approved? It depends. And it depends on the business, and it depends on what kind of business they're doing. Do they have sewage? Are they dry cleaner? So there's a whole 100 different ways. But what I'm hearing is the process. And so somebody has told you something they don't like about the process, or they'd like changed. So if we could dive into that next. New business process.
I think it's tough for a business if they don't have, whether it's a developer that's helping them go through the process, and they're going this alone, it can be very daunting, and they don't know what to expect. So I think it's having those tools available, or understanding to them and how we've presented the steps that are involved in that, streamlining that for them so they understand that. And the hurdles, the challenges, we hear about that all the time, how we can minimize that or make exceptions, and again, incentivizing and how that works with that process.
I think a couple things come into play. When you're talking about new businesses, there are a couple of different kind of categories, right? A small business, a mom and pop shop versus, a Walmart, right? And so I think that they should have different, different paths, if you will, and should be, they should be streamlined, but according to what they're, what type of business they are. I also have heard over and over again is, looking at what we outsource and what we can bring back in-house. So that, to Greg's point, that relationship building, if I am a business person coming in, I come up and I am working with Jimmy. And every time I come back, Jimmy and I are going to work on this together because he knows what's going on, and I'm not getting input from Jimmy and then from Dion and then from Terrence. And so looking at what should come in-house and what should stay, and I think there's opportunity for both, but bringing what we can in-house to create those relationships.
I think you would have, like, putting someone in front of this person, if you have a strong economic development team, they would be that source for that business to go to. And I think the partnership with, like, the chamber, because they're wanting to bring businesses into the town too, and so critical to have that cohesive relationship between both the private and the public. And that's where the opportunity is for us to create, so that the new business can understand that, but they got someone there, that person is their rep per se, and they can tie them in with the chamber to help them get acclimated to the community. It works, and it's there for us to really engage.
There was a time before the downturn of 2008, and a lot of people left, where we had someone in the city, and that was their job, was to shepherd projects through for smaller projects, so that they would understand how the city works and everything, and go to meetings with them and stuff to help them get their stuff approved. I think that's something we ought to look at. I wouldn't even take hiring anyone, just somebody in the city that we can put them in charge of helping folks.
Yeah, I think it's partly, it's in that economic development where you have that person.
We need to become a city that when someone walks up to the counter, it's how can I help you with this? Right. And that's their goal, is to help them get it done, not put a bunch of roadblocks.
I like what I'm hearing. This is a nice common thread that's going through all of this, because of some of the same things I've written down here, which is, number one, it's not one size fits all, and that has to be part of the culture in the organization to understand that, and then at the same time have trackable metrics that are expected. So they're not always going to be the same for every type of the one that fits in a particular group, but then you have the ability to have something pop up and triage it and bring people together to get the solution for that one, because it's being recognized that way. The streamlining, the little guy, and local development that really understands what's going on here is an incredible resource. I think this roundtable task force kind of idea where these things could be triaged and come into something like that, so that they're not waiting until the persons are getting aggravated with a system and reaching out in a very inefficient way to every council member to bring it to them. So I'm really encouraged by everything that we're all saying here. I think there's some really good agreement.
And I think the perception is government works very slow. And, coming from the private side and seeing it, how can you change that perception and help that process go faster? And for that person or business, it's critical to get that perception changed. It does what it does, and that's how government is, but there's an efficiency that you can expect, and there's metrics you can put in place that help it move faster where it's needed and necessary for businesses, because they got to be opened up and bring the money in. And the quicker we can help them do that.
And the more we can use technology to bring sunlight into the process,
Right.
so that even staff who are doing everything that they're supposed to do and they're hitting everything that they're supposed to, and really a delay or what have you is on somebody else, it's apparent to everybody that that's the case. And so there can't be the kind of gaslighting that often goes on with these things, because people are motivated by money. That's just the way it is. That's good. I like it. But that also brings an interesting dynamic with the way situations are going to be explained and brought out. But if you bring sunlight to the whole process, it really, really helps.
And I think there has to be an education process, too. If Terrence comes in, he wants to open up a business, I sit here and tell him, the length of time it's going to take, and with step one, what I expect from him. And if he says, well, how long would it take? I'd say 3 weeks. At the end of the 3 weeks, if I haven't heard from him, I should call him up and say, hey, are you having difficulties? Why haven't I heard from you? That really one-on-one that we've been hearing is really, really important if we're going to get these things moved forward, because I don't think a lot of these potential business owners understand that if they take their time and they just start dallying over getting different things done, they're not going to get their final approval. And so it's an education process, and we have to really become more of a can-do city where everyone feels good about it. Basically, we would want the potential business or building owner to be the one who's stalling the process, not the city, where we are right on track.
I want to be clear that I don't think we're necessarily doing a ton of stuff wrong. We don't, in my opinion, have a great communication strategy in the city. Is another topic I'd like to discuss in this meeting, which is we don't explain things the best way we can to people. We don't tell people everything they need to know, and we don't even sing our own praises when we should the right way out there into the public with the right tools and things that are available to do that from a communication standpoint. So I just want to make that clear that I have staff all around us here, and I feel kind of bad because I know they work super hard, and I know that there's a lot of reasons why things get delayed and whatnot, and I know a lot of times it is the developer or the business owner or what have you that this is coming from. And so I just want to have awareness there.
No, thank you, Terrence, because I didn't want anyone to think that I was pinpointing staff. What I mean is, many times, it comes from not staff, but the potential building or business owner. When I say education, I mean they need to understand. They need to do X, Y, and Z if they're going to get that particular permit. If they don't understand it, or they get confused, or they think they can cut corners, that's where the issue comes in. So, okay. All right, all good.
You're aligned.
Go ahead, Zach. Go ahead.
And I wonder if there's a way, the same way that See-Click-Fix, that app is going to work, where someone could, point out some graffiti, and then it's always getting followed through by some department director or manager or employee. It's easy to track. I wonder if our, the same way that we sort of onboard these new businesses, whether that's in that land-based system or not, to have, always have a staff member attached to there. So that way, if someone reaches out to one of us, or sometimes all 7 of us, and says something, who's your contact? You're supposed to have one person. Who is that person? And that makes it easier for us to contact the city administrator. I wonder if that process can help us with the communication, because getting more feedback, maybe getting more feedback to this council about how long certain businesses are taking to get processed would be helpful as well too. And I'm not sure if that land management system even provides that to us.
Well, also remember that these developers are also out discussing things with lots of other people in the public, okay? And they without a truth story being told, the story lives on its own to be created. Okay? And so as a city, if we're able to have a place where you can see these particular things that are going on, and I will say that, that Sharon's done a great job in the website area where she has a lot of projects outlined, and I encourage everybody to see that. But if you have that, and it's showing that we're in this phase of what this project is, and the onus right now is on the developer, right? It goes from yellow to orange or whatever it is, then you know, okay, look, everybody can go look at this and know for themselves, and I can direct people in the community to, hey, I know you heard about Dutch Bros, okay, but really you need to go to this website. It's going to tell you where they are in that process and why it is in that process. And there's a lot of sunlight on the whole thing.
So we've also skirted around the customer service issue. And I would like to just point out, I see a correlation between morale and customer service, and I think it's incumbent upon us to also address the morale issue, and what resources do we need to provide that will address the morale that then addresses the customer service.
I have a comment based on what Terrence said a little bit a while ago. He talked about we think long term, but he also said something about short term bursts are important as well. And I think there can be no better message sent to the economic investors of this community that if we could figure out a way that our staff could share the burden of getting people to final, as well as enjoy the privilege of getting people to final.
Anything else?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I think we can sneak in a couple more here before we hit our break. Kind of already molded into each other in a lot of ways, but let's just go ahead. Planning, engineering process. Do we need to talk about that more? Do you need to talk about that more?
I want to mention one thing, and Terrence said it earlier, that how community development, when certain things feel, I guess, certain projects, whether they're housing, industrial, commercial, maybe they're getting a whole lot more chatter, so they feel they should put those on there, but not everything is on there, on that website. But it is certainly a great place to have everything just dumped. Here's the next opportunity to put public comment. So, maybe somehow having that process, whether that's like a internal discussion on when to put those up there, but I do like at least that process to be able to show somebody.
I think that goes along transparency. We've talked about most of the community doesn't know what the truth log is, but we do. And when we talk about people going through the development process, we log every conversation and every step of that. And then sometimes we'll have a developer say, well, the city's holding up my permit. And you look at the truth log, and this just happens once in a blue moon, that they didn't even apply for the permit. Those are the things that I'm hearing you would like to know before we have to go to the truth log, where you can go up there and say they had an initial indication they're looking into a permit. There's been no activity by the developer.
I would like to say, first and foremost, rename that. I hate that name, because it implies that somebody else is lying and that you're going to show them what the truth is. And so it is an adversarial way, in my opinion. So I think if we be more inclusive with the information that's out there in a proactive sense, as you said, we don't even have to go there at any point. We just send somebody to say, hey, whenever you're interested in what's happening, this is where you go to get that info, and it's going to be comprehensive. And some of it's going to be summarized in an executive summary and real easy for staff to do maybe, and some of it's going to be just a dump of stuff because we don't have enough time to really put it in a great-looking format. And at least then, that information is out there, and it gives an ability for us to send people somewhere.
You could call it the address tracking site, the address of the building or the property.
Well, we don't have
And they
to decide today what to call it or what not to call it.
I know, I just,
Right.
sorry.
It's okay, it's all right.
No, it's just throwing
Handle
out
it.
ideas.
But today, let's not figure out what you're telling us. You want to know where you go to find the status. Okay, so we'll look and see what the options are there and what we call it and what we label it and things like that. Okay, we got about 10 more minutes. Anything else on this? Planning engineering process. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Streamlining, we have that. Do we really have that? Let me write that down, just even if it's already been written on the other one. Let's write it down again.
And I'll throw something out for that.
Sure.
So many of our staff are becoming more used to the streamlining that we do on the residential side. And I think that while there might not be other cities out there or models, examples of where we can say, oh, well, this city or this government also streamlines their commercial side, I think that I would look to staff to try to empower them on bringing those ideas forth to us as we're trying to find them, of you saying, hey, you know what, we've really streamlined our ADU process. I think I can streamline a process for a business that comes in with less than 25 employees. And it's a new build. Let's just start there, because I know the old builds are hard. Some of these buildings are old and it takes a long time to get through it. But a new build, less than 25 employees, here's a way that we can streamline on the commercial side.
With a categorization, right? So you have these particular
Yep.
kinds of groups, and we talked earlier about the one size does not fit all kind of thing, and figuring out the smart way to basically divide and conquer all of these, and that the individual needs that each group needs.
And this might be getting too much into the weeds, but I think that, if we're looking at streamlining and working proactively to get businesses opened, the health and safety components that are absolutely necessary to meet the requirements to open. But, if somebody's ordered a sign and, that vendor is behind schedule and things like that, that should not prohibit somebody from opening up their doors and start earning their keep. Just streamlining common sense things.
Okay, anything else? I'm going to skip over fees and consultants because I think that one is going to take us a little bit of time. So I'll come back to that one. Commercial development process, Councilmember Hilton just mentioned that. Can you have the same kind of thing that you do for residential? Because residential is forced efficiency due to the laws and things like that, but not really the same case for commercial. Let's skip housing element 2 and come back to that, and let's talk a little bit about Builders Roundtable. You've talked a lot about forums and groups, but one of you who I think maybe Mr. Bracco mentioned to me a long time ago, these builders forums, where you would get developers in the room and talk about problems, but we talked a little bit about that. But if you want to expand on that or continue, I can take out some more.
Again, I think it just comes down to the EDC and the relationships it has with the private side and arranging those types of events, both the Builders Roundtable, but also really getting just the locals, the investors who know what's going on here at the table. And I think that's what a lot of people want. It's just the seat at the table to have that discussion. So how we facilitate that is really critical to get the robust discussions going for them.
And also having multiple departments in those meetings, I think is one of the key things. Like one of the things that I do on my commute back and forth from the fire station in Oakland is I'll pop in a meeting that happened on the county, or I'll pop into one of our commission meetings. Just listening and being a part of something oftentimes sparks an interest in me, gets an idea going, or I see a potential to say, you know what, I know something that they don't know, and try to build that connection. So having more people in that room where they think, like, why am I going to a builder's roundtable? What does a developer's roundtable have to do with me? Well, they start learning that there's all these different aspects of economic development or anything else we're talking about that they could pick up on and learn. And sometimes it goes right back to that same exact thing where a majority of us have said, is just it builds that peer-to-peer relationship, right? And it gets that buy-in of like, that's a great idea what you pitched. I want to help you get to the finish line. And then having them public also allows members of the council to be able to, latch on to different things that are important to us, or different funding resources or connections within the community or the region that we know that to help them be successful as well.
And not just having a forum where it's like, okay, if you want to come, but being very proactive in reaching out to these stakeholders and saying, we need you at the table. Please come, and, really creating the first steps towards those relationships and just being proactive.
Okay.
And it's definitely got to be something that's more than once a year. I know that our housing program, one of the policies that says you'll do this once a year. I think that as we go along with this and get more buy-in, I think you'll realize that once a year is probably not enough. It'll probably feel like a checkbox, but that maybe it should be something that's more often.
Anything else on this Builders Roundtable? Anything else?
Just I'm going to add the advantage of having them is that staff is talking to developers who are probably talking to 8 other cities or have talked and done business with 8 other cities. It's a great perspective to hear how it is elsewhere.
Sure. And I had a conversation with a business owner, and he actually said to me, and I think that this would be important because this is something that might come up in these roundtables as well, is these issues are not unique to Gilroy. And I thought it was, I very much appreciated that statement and that candor. And I think sometimes having everyone at the table, there's more of an opportunity to say, look, it's not like Gilroy's the only one that, we have trouble with in terms of this kind of an issue. So I just think sometimes hearing that is also very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, why don't we break till 12:15? I hope you feel like you've made some progress. I feel like you have. And we'll continue when you get back at 12:15 and see how far we get.
All right, we're going to try to get restarted here in about 30 seconds, please, if we can.
Excuse me? I know it's been kind of beating me up all day. Oh yeah, they look cool. Go on Amazon. It'll be here tomorrow. It'll be here tomorrow. Okay, I think we're ready to get started again. 12:16. Just a reminder: the next public comments at 1:30, and then at 1:30 we will be wherever we are on the list, and we'll turn it back over to council, and we'll talk about next steps and things like that. So the train keeps moving. So the next one I wanted to go back to was fees and consultants. I don't have anything to really get you started with this, so if anybody has any comments, this is obviously something that has been brought up, and so ready to talk about the fees and city charges. Again, this is development related, which, as we said, everything's economic development related. So,
when would the idea of fees come up in economic development? When you're going to waive them?
that could be.
Or are they too high to entice?
Well, I think, I'd just be honest here. Developers in general don't like paying fees. Who does? So is the thought that our fees are too high or that we should be waiving them in certain instances? Those fees, like we're talking about in the development, that they go to consultants who do some of the work for us. We outsource quite a bit, or not quite a bit, but some of our plan check reviews, things like that. I know you all heard feedback about that.
But Zach, in turn, maybe both of you guys said, is there times that you can defer them to help development?
Sure.
Not waive, but defer?
As Councilmember Hilton said, for housing, the impact fees are due at occupancy. Used to be they were due at application or issuance of permit, and that's so for housing, you don't incur those costs, but it's not the same for everything. You can defer them, you can loan them, you can have them pay them over time. There's a lot of different ways to offset that initial expenditure that is a pretty big one.
Incentivizing, in essence, right?
When's the last time we looked up?
Depends on the fee, but our fees that were updated not too long ago, actually, like 2 years ago, 2022, and they're now on CPI. So the fee gets established, and then the consumer price index kicks in every year. And I think you're supposed to look at them about every 5 years or so.
So have we done a kind of a deep dive and analysis and, how we compare to like cities and things like that?
Yeah, we have that.
And are we in alignment with these cities? Are we out of whack?
I don't think we're out of whack, but you have to get into the detail of the fee. So if a certain impact fee costs something in one area and it's a lot higher, I'll give you an example. San Juan Bautista has a lot of wastewater issues, a plant. Their impact fee is the highest in the state. Okay, so you have to you can't just say they're higher than them. You have to get into the why. But
well, that's what I mean, deep dive analysis.
Yes,
right?
But in general, we are not outliers. Okay. And there may be some areas where we're actually pretty cheap.
Well, there's the how much, right? And then there's an aggregate of all of the how much. So we might have lower impact fees due to sewer and water, but higher in another area. And then I would hope that we look at model cities and we also look at competitive cities, like we're competing for business, right? That's just a fact the way cities do. And how do we look at both how and when fees are paid and what those fees are both in a competitive manner, again, back to economic development and other things, to make sure that ongoing we're competitive and that we're driving the top line revenue and all of this in both those areas.
I would say, too, that as we move towards these next 6 months, if we want to have that mentality of being competitive, because I don't think that spreads throughout the culture of our city, if we're going to be competitive, we need to have it written in somewhere within this budget, but within those goals, too. Right, to actually say it, and I agree with you, because it gets buy-in from everybody. When you go back to the economic development part of it, like, no, we need to remain competitive. Like, let's change this fee up. Let's do this because we want to drive in this industry. I don't think that word is used too much around here.
And they're all levers to pull, and different segments of business, can have different ones, right? If we want to accelerate the tourism business in Gilroy, we might look at how we deal with tourism growth businesses in Gilroy differently than we look at a new tire company in Gilroy or something.
And when you did the fee analysis, you took those, looking at other cities and what they do in comparisons, is that kind of in that process of adjusting the numbers in 22?
Yeah, it's a benchmark. I don't think it comes into play a lot, and I think it's very accurate to say the competitiveness is not really analyzed. When you set water and wastewater rates, they're set, or impact fees, they're set on the projects you need to do in your community, but they're not looked at from like, well, they're only charging that, so we should only charge this. I can assure you that does not happen.
And I think that also, too, is important to note that one of the main goals for these fees at that time was 100% cost recovery, correct? I remember that being said more often than we want our fees to be competitive with others to drive the impact. Our goal back then was cost recovery.
And we can still have cost neutrality, right, by looking at, again, where do we want to drive business in the city? And it's fine. We don't need, okay, I'll use an example. We don't need another Starbucks. So just coffee places don't get the same kind of impact fee reduction or delay or what have you than somebody that's developing something in our gateway, just as an example. And so, but at the end, it all still comes out to the same place.
And that's a really good thing to point out, is that cost recovery is also kind of the same as saying incentivize. And so if you look at some of our fees, and in other communities too, what they charge for solar projects, some of those fees are only 25% or 50% of what the actual cost is. So they're reduced to incentivize people to put in solar projects. Economic development can be looked at the same way.
One way, I'm not sure if this is completely related to fees, but one way to alleviate the perception of having high fees is how expedient your process is. I think developers can swallow the fact that they have to pay the fees, but if, as you said earlier, if Smashburger is coming to town and they get a sense that they can be flipping burgers in 6 months and not a year, paying that fee is not so difficult.
Fee value.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you're willing to pay a little more to get something a little better. Yeah. Good one. Is anybody saying our fees aren't high enough?
Nothing to base that on at this point.
Well, and how often do we do a fee study?
About every 5 years.
Okay, so we're coming up on it.
27 or so. We just did it in 22. But sometimes cities do find that they're not charging enough, and they make a conscientious decision not to be that community. So that goes back to the fee value. I mean, you're never going to hear a developer say that, wow, you guys are way too cheap. But you'll see it in the results of what they produce. Yeah. Okay. Some good stuff here. Anything else in this area you want to throw out there?
Would we miss?
Well, we didn't really get into consultants, but we have a little bit. When we talk about outsourcing and in-house. And ironically, if you look at the evolution of most cities, they go back and forth. They're in-housing it, and then that takes too long, so they outsource it to speed it up. But then they don't like. So you're kind of doing that up and down with it. And right now we're in the phase of where our community development department is actually quite smaller than it probably ever has been. or at least in recent years. And then, so we outsource this to, like a CSG or, some of those companies.
Well, I think a cost analysis on that would be worthy, and not just factoring in, the dollar for dollar, but going back to that fee value in terms of personal relationship building, and being able to come in and work with the same person. So I think that's important to do.
And very similar to what the council mentioned at the last meeting about the swimming program. Like, if we're going to do this, should we just pay for it ourselves, and we have that in-house? And what's the cost analysis? We don't know. We don't have that answer.
And as well, with whether it's CSG or any consultant that we engage contracts with, the alignment of the contracts, the way that they're paid, the way that their incentives are created, or incentives aren't yet being created, but they need to be created in order to drive the kind of customer service and other things that we want in the city. So I think, we have the ability to have our contracts be in such a way that we can drive this stuff, and there can be expectations, and there can be outcomes for them financially, one direction or another, if they don't meet what our requirements really are, not just on what they get paid for, but other metrics that we come up with in the city. The beauty is that not only can I expect the same, I can even expect even more, and I can provide incentives to get even more that I might not even be able to do with employees because of the way the structure is set up.
We okay? Okay to move on? And then the other one that we had up there, let's talk housing element process. Do we have to? Positivity was number 5. So you're slipping a little bit. Hang in there. All right, let's talk about the housing element process, or update, or status, or wherever we're at with it.
Question would be, do we have the resources available to meet the requirements and the demands imposed by the housing element process?
No.
Okay. So I think that's the starting point.
We're always playing catch up.
I'm going to throw it out there because it's and somewhat to parallel is the leaf catching mechanisms and mandates. What things do we look at that are in the housing element that are likely or unlikely to be enforced as strongly as other things due to how they're being able to be met by other cities, and other cities aren't going to be able to make certain things either, so we prioritize those things that we can do more easily versus things that HCD may or may not look at as strongly, right? When we start to look at where resources can be applied or not applied, and wait it out.
And I'll just add too that a lot of these programs that we do have, I think we do have the in-house capability and experience to get a lot of these policies done. I don't think that majority of them are big, heavy lifts. I just think that sometimes it's sort of using that open source thing that we talked about earlier. It's like, well, if other city already has this and it's working, bring that in here. That's pretty much what I want to say on this one, because I can see how it is daunting, and we'll hear our annual progress report in March. But what I don't want us to, I'd rather have us take a good step forward and be able to tell the region and our constituents in the state that we are making progress on certain things, and when we can't, we have a good story I think that's what they want to hear. I think that's what I want to hear, is that there's a story and a reason why we couldn't get a program finished, because, we're not treating this as a paper exercise anymore.
I have an agreement there, and the easy things and the things that can be copied, absolutely, we should already be doing those and just stamp it out, move it along. Other things that need to be done, we are in a zero-sum situation. So I think we do have to look a little more carefully as to, okay, how important is that going to be? What's the timeline really on that? What's really going to be enforced? What's the story going to be? That's a good way of putting it, I guess. And how does it fit in with all of these other goals and expectations that we have? And do we have an indication that it's going to be a sticking point, or it's something that 425 other cities in the state aren't going to be able to really come through on either, and there's going to be movement in that particular area?
And to that, to both of your points, I think that looking at, is this going to be a benefit, are these elements going to truly benefit our community, or are they just addressing the requirement being imposed on us? Weighing that out, as well as we go through that process and prioritize.
Okay, so on that topic, we really have two things that we're going to be talking about: is the resources needed, and then mandates are likely enforced and not enforced. It's pretty broad topics, but it's at least a start. I'm sure we'll evolve. Anything else anybody would like to add to that?
I know we've talked about mandates and unfunded. This is a huge one, right? So there's no, what I was asking you earlier, are there any opportunities for funding from agencies? Is there anybody offering help? Because resources needed as number one is a big challenge.
All right. Yeah, definitely. Okay, can I move on? Okay, here's a good one. Cleanliness service levels. You've talked a little bit about this, and let's throw that out there and talk about getting a little more specific.
I think that one thing that is going to help us, I go back to that see-click fix. It's just data. It doesn't mean it has to be on the agenda as an item, but I think that either having something quarterly that we all, maybe agree on that we want to look at. Maybe it's geofencing around our gateways, and to see what kind of service requests are coming up, and put that into correspondence to council, right? So that it's not an action being taken, but it's an opportunity for a member of the public or somebody that wants to develop or live in those gateways, or for us that want to watch our gateways. It's a place for us to know where we need to increase those service levels, and see where there's a problem, and maybe where there isn't.
There's certainly a process that we have to go through, I think, and I think it's a great tool, and I'm really excited to hear about it coming on. But to get the measurements that we see out of that, and have a time period, and then immediately start to set some metrics for improvement that seem reasonable, right? And again, very public facing that we're doing that. And when we say, are we meeting the cleanliness standards? Well, the standard is really, do the people in the city feel this way? And the dashboards that I've seen in other cities use, and it is very much consumer or resident feedback that determines how you measure that. And I think getting that in place as soon as possible is critical, and then putting in place how we start to determine the metrics around what our expectations are is the next step.
It's going to be incumbent upon us to be very clear with the direction that we provide staff, kind of addressing all of those topics together, right? what is our, what will our direction be in terms of addressing homeless, right? The RVs, the things like that. And I think that the more specific direction that we give, it's going to be, it's going to help staff follow through on that, so they're not having to make those decisions, but it's also going to, in how we come up with those things, input from the community, all of that kind of stuff, but it lets our community know this is the direction that we have given staff, because I think a lot of times we get contacted by members of the community, hey, I see this, nobody's addressing, right? And it's, we've got the data coming in, but before we get the data, we have to kind of come to an idea of what direction are we giving. It has to be very clear so that we can clearly measure those outcomes and then give that back to our community.
I think also what the mayor said and Councilman Bracco about scheduling maintenance, it's critical that these types of things are part of the schedule, and their schedules then, whether it's quarterly or with the seasons of the year, but that it's built in, so those gateways, those strips are being maintained and they're not filled with weeds. The trees are being trimmed. It looks good, and that goes a long way of maintaining that cleanliness and having it.
Go ahead, Tom. No, go
No,
ahead. See, I'm going to go even further. Quarterly doesn't do it for me. It has to be an ongoing project, because we tied this in with economic development. And if we want people to be interested in living here, spending their money here, staying here in the hotels, having businesses here, we have to have a clean-looking city. It might even have to be weekly in some areas where garbage keeps piling up. Leavesley got cleaned up, but it's still with a lot of garbage. And that's what the public sees when they're coming in. So service levels, I guess until things change or get under control, I would say the service level has to be whatever it takes to maintain a clean-looking city. And hopefully you can pull back on it after a while. But
I think, too, we need to take into consideration when the city did it, the city looked a lot better than it does now. I see some of our contractors go through, and you can't even tell they did anything. They do such a crappy job sometimes. But when the city did it, I don't know, I think it was some more pride that was taken, and the city employees would see stuff that needed to be done, and it would get done, where that's not happening today.
I don't understand, I personally don't understand the difference between that, because it's the city workers, right, that are responsible to basically monitor and make those particular, so either the contracts are bad with those particular entities, or they're not being enforced correctly with them. So, I definitely am not against doing that. I don't necessarily know that there's better inside or outside, because I think both require us to have that level of oversight. And the idea of these objective expectations on everything is super important, and the way that you can get the feedback and you can get the measurement is it's ongoing pulse of the city. Okay, so it's not one survey that we get people to do. I know I'm getting into the detail, but it's like it literally is something we're doing all the time. You get one question that says, "Is the city looking better today, worse today, or the same, in terms of this?" And it goes, one thing goes out to one person over here, and if you do this continually, it's the way these things work. We will have a great pulse of how things are going in the city, and then we can go back to those people who are supposed to manage stuff and say, "Hey, we've got to get those guys in line." Technology.
If we're looking for two comments, if we're looking for routine maintenance, so if you go around town anywhere, any parking lot, any house that looks great, it's being done weekly. So I know it's expensive, but that's how much is being done. Secondly, when it comes to cleanliness, I'll bring it up again. We have so many crossover agencies in our community, and unfortunately, perception is reality for our community members, right? They don't know that that's not our property. And so maybe there's a way that we can figure out a better way to have cross-agency communication and raise the expectation that they need to do their part. It's their property, keep it clean. It's not our role. And a good example of that is the boat out on Fitzgerald the past couple of weeks,
Oh, yes.
right?
The SS Minnow?
The SS Minnow, the perception was it was City of Gilroy, and it wasn't.
Right.
So, and it went on for weeks and weeks and weeks, and
It's still there.
no, it's gone. It is gone.
Oh, then it must have just been
gone,
removed
yeah,
a couple
the
of
other
days
day.
ago.
So
Floated away with the rain.
cross-agency cooperation and raise the expectation of these other agencies. Thank you.
All right, then, come to. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on until you tell me not to. Let's talk about roads and transportation. Everybody likes good roads. Anything, Harry, you want to discuss?
Just keep it up.
Continue the
I
program.
like that. What about Sandy Cedar? The park?
No, the roadway.
Oh, the roadway. Yeah, well, okay. No, not that specific.
We'll start giving you street names.
Yeah, be careful what you ask for. But, okay, that's good. We're going to talk about the program we've had in the years. Hopefully, I don't say hopefully, I don't want to lead, but there's some appetite to continue that program, and we're going to show you the merits and the success, and then when Sandy Cedar gets fixed. Transportation? Anyone? Uh-huh.
As we continue to grow as a city, which we are going to do, given the state mandates, as much as I would like to offer those homes to people that already reside and work in Gilroy, the reality is many of them come here from Silicon Valley and continue to work in Silicon Valley, and that continues to impact a greater need for public transportation. We need to stay at that table. We need to push. I think that oftentimes, and this is not a news flash, South County is ignored. And we cannot be ignored.
I'm going to tag on to that. I would actually give us, you, me, staff, and everything, we've never had more of a seat at the table than we do have now.
We need to maintain
And that's
that.
why I'm saying
Yes.
maintain that seat. And
Voice.
a good
push.
example is that if you're on a board or commission that is got that seat, we have to fill it, right? With staff and council or whatever. We have to keep on each other about that because it's easy to kind of get distracted and say, I don't have time to go to that. But it costs you in the long run.
Yes.
Maintain that seat at the table. I like that.
This might be a little controversial. Spend less time working on high-speed rail.
Yes.
Okay? It seems like
we
we
can-
burn a lot of hours on something that...
Pie in the sky.
Yeah. I'm just...
And a lot of money that could have been put out to better use.
Okay. All right. We'll put that on there. Yeah. The mayor's going to shut you down if I don't try to. But that's fine. Let's talk about it. But that's going to be your allocation of resources. And when you talk about all these other things you got, you're going to say, why are we spending this amount of time on high-speed rail when we could be doing
Right.
something? We
that's
could be
more
helping other
reasonable.
customers. Fair enough. Very fair. Okay. Quality of life impression. That's a repeat because, well, not really, but let's just put it on there real quick. I think that talks a lot about your entrance into town, what the quality of life is like here, and I think we've talked a lot about that.
Can I do an offshoot of that, because I don't see it, maybe it's coming up, I don't know, which
Okay.
is, again, communication. So a lot of these things about perception is reality, and a lot of what's really happening with development, and what's really happening with housing, and what's really happening with roads, and all of these things, and how people perceive what is happening and what the reality of what's happening. From a technological standpoint, I think we've got a long way to go to catch up to some of the other cities that I've seen out there in terms of how we communicate, and specifically cities that are on the leading edge of communication with social media and really branching out in social media into all of their departments to engage the community. Sometimes it's not always works great, but overall, it really brings the community into what's happening and allows them to sing the praises of what they're working on and what they're having an effect on. There's numerous things, that we can do in this respect.
Got it on there? It's going to come back?
Yeah, I want to kind of double down on the impression part, is that sometimes, while everything you said works, sometimes just showing up with a table at a farmer's market or church or school, or when these huge festivals are happening around the city and everybody else is showing up, but actually having the city show up too and say, hey, come here for a second. I know we did that survey with you, but we want to provide some updates. And so I think that's another real easy way to show that, to give the impression that we do care about that quality of life. And oftentimes, and I've talked about this with other candidates, and even for myself, when you go to a meet and greet and you have an entire agenda that you want to talk about, right? Oftentimes you have to learn how to pivot and just sit there and listen about what they want to say. And sometimes when you do that out there in the community, you'll find that what you thought you'd want to come there and talk about is not what you talked about at all. And sometimes it can spur something new.
Yeah, to that end, one of the things that didn't get to happen when I was on Parks and Rec Commission was actually an outreach program at one of the parks with Post-it note boards for people and engaging them and having that communication and that two-way interaction. So I'm totally behind that, as well as the more high-tech way of doing the same exact thing, but in a more high-tech way.
I just would, I know it's semantics, but it's not that we want to give the perception that we care. I just want to show them that we care, right? So that is a reality. I believe that, with all of us, it's a reality. I believe with staff, it's a reality. And so it's not, that we're trying to give the perception. I think it's how do we communicate, yes, that we do care and that we do want to hear and learn and
I like the kind of remind them or let them know as opposed to trying to convince them or whatever, because we do care.
You change the perception by doing.
Yeah.
Is really what it comes down to.
And you control the narrative if you do that.
Yeah.
So it's either let the community control the narrative of what they think is happening here, or you're constantly telling them what is actually happening here.
In the absence of a story, people will make up their own.
All right. Anything else on that one? Okay. Fun ones. Unfunded state mandates.
Okay.
Them? Four?
So I would like to speak on both of the following, the unfunded state mandates and services for the unhoused. I would like to see us, I look at this as regional issues in that every community in the state is dealing with the consequences of the unfunded state mandates, the impacts on the infrastructure, impacts on services to their residents. We are all being impacted by the growing number of unhoused. And so I think that we've seen where cities have worked independently to try to push back on the state, and it has been unsuccessful. And I am flabbergasted, maybe this is just being naive, but why is it that Silicon Valley is not leading that effort to push back on the state? and saying, you're decimating our cities right now. It used to be that, when was it, in the 80s when we had the sewer gate, right? We put a moratorium. We said, hey, we don't have the infrastructure right now. We cannot build any more houses. We need to fix and make sure that we can provide the necessary infrastructure and services before we can start building more houses. We can't do that now. Our public safety is being so, annihilated, stripped, I don't know what it is, but we're not alone in that. All cities are experiencing this, and I would like to see us, if no one else is taking it on, we take it on and we work and be the leaders regionally and say we need to work together and we need to push really hard on these state mandates. We need to push. Providing Santa Clara County with 100 beds for the unhoused is a joke. That needs to change. We cannot provide what is necessary as a city for the unhoused in our community. Can't do it. We just can't. We can work with our nonprofits and try to meet their basic needs and stuff, but we cannot address the needs of the unhoused. We are being killed by the unfunded state mandates, and I think that we need to look at how we can be pushing this at a regional level.
I've got a comment or two on this. So the numbers are stark at how out of balance Gilroy is to the rest of the county in this regard. In unhoused, yes. And it is not slightly, it's dramatically. And we're talking, 18 in 1,000 in the last point in time report. It's 6.5 in San Jose. Okay, so we almost have 3 times per capita the unhoused in Gilroy. Anybody that wants to be intellectually honest about this has to say that is out of balance with the community. It's not in line with the community. You're not 3 times as likely to be poor, 3 times as likely to be unhoused in Gilroy over the rest of the county. Yet we're shouldering a huge burden on this. And council member, going to the state's great, but we got to go to the county. Right? We've got to hit the county, hit them hard, and say, look, there's got to be a way to deal with this unhoused situation that we have, because anybody who wants to say, hey, every one of them started out in Gilroy, they're all Gilroy residents, it's not the case. You can't even start the conversation from there. So we have to have a balance of dealing with the problem that we have, that these poor people have, by doing what we can as a city to get the county to pony up, if at all possible, work harder with nonprofits to figure out how to get them more money, not necessarily from our coffers, because we can't find that money. And then also have an expectation that the bad actors, okay, that are in this particular community, that are making it hard for people who are really struggling to now be labeled as a problem and all of these other things, we need to have the tools in place by which we can extract them out of the problem, because they are a problem. If they're continually causing a problem for public services, for businesses, for things, they're not just inconveniently somewhere, they're inconveniently right in the middle of how it affects the city in ways that are unsafe, unhealthy, and when we talk about quality of life, we have to consider the quality of life for all. When we talk about, a gentleman spoke about, how can we be kind? We have to be kind. We can't have kindness for a small group of people on the backs of making things unkind for families who want their kids not to have needles in the park, or for steelhead to not be able to live in the creeks.
I agree. And
that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but I think we can come at it with compassion. And in my opinion, I'm going to say it, conservatorship. We have the unhoused problem because the state closed this is not the only reason, but a huge reason why we have such a problem with the unhoused is the state closed the mental health hospitals. And so it's incumbent upon the state to take a look at that. That was a decision that they made. We need to push back on that. Yes, the county, I agree, the county, the state, but cities like Gilroy, Morgan Hill, Hollister, San Juan Bautista, all of these small cities, we do not have the resources to address this issue with compassion in the way that, okay, so we can tell our police department and our enforcement officers, hey, push them out. Push them out. We don't want to see them anymore. Well, that's not taking care of the issue. It's not coming from a place of compassion. So, but we don't have the money to build and staff the, addiction housing and state mental health or mental health housing. That's what I'm saying is we need to push, whether it's on the state, whether it's on the county, but we need to say, you're the ones with the money. You need to help us address this problem.
I just don't want to conflate the two. We've got there are two different avenues here. There's the following law for certain people in the way that they act, and there's a need to drive help to the right places and understand the unique predicament that Gilroy is in comparison to everybody else in the county. And I don't believe that has got the level of awareness. And I don't know how to solve that in terms of this discussion, but it definitely is a key part of it, is how does our city put the effort and the engagement forward with those in the county and in the state to look to how are you going to help relieve this for us? Because it's not all ours.
I have a comment. What I heard a little while ago is, we talked about unfunded mandates, but then we also pulled that conversation into the unhoused. And unfunded mandates for the housing element is one thing, but the idea that there's not money out there from the county agencies and nonprofit organizations to assist when the unhoused, I don't believe is true. I believe that there is money out there, so we need to do better as a city to go and track it down and build some of those relationships so that we are not relying on our own general fund to do that type of work. Number two, I agree with Councilman Fugazi. We are out of balance. We do have an unproportionate amount of unhoused people in Gilroy, but I think we are also out of balance on what I just said. We do not go out and build the relationships with outside agencies to help us reduce those levels. And if we do that through carefully vetted relationships with outside agencies, I think we can improve. So to add to the number 11 there is just better relationships with possible funding agencies. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
I do think that the first thing that we would ask council, and I'm not asking you to do that now, is that you have to give policy discussion and direction about what your philosophy is for the unhoused. Because some of these things won't happen without the policy guidance of the council, that's what you as a group want to do.
Like many things that we already discussed,
Right,
there's a short-term and a long-term way to deal, and the one doesn't predicate itself on the other necessarily, is I guess what I'm saying.
And let's remind ourselves of that. Okay? Anything else?
Well, I'm going to say something about the services, because I'm not sure that's an accurate statement saying the city hasn't gone out to look for money, because I felt that we were. And Jimmy, did we have people on our staff that did go out and see what kind of funding could come into the city?
Well, I think some of that happens on a certain scale. But again, it comes from the policy direction that we receive, and I don't know that the council has changed what we've really done previously. So you could say, did we do it enough, or did we do it too much? I don't know the answer to that. There is money out there, but what that money solves is what is really going to help knowing what the policy and the goals of the council are. Because as I think somebody said, if you say you want them all gone, that's a whole lot different, funding you're looking for. If you're looking to help with mental health or addiction centers, another pot of money you're looking at. So that's really why it's important.
How full is the Armory right now in the cold weather?
I was told last night there were 10 beds open.
Because isn't that part of the problem where to go to the Armory, you have to not be on drugs and you cannot be drunk, correct?
I don't know.
Because I thought that was the policy at one time.
I think it was at one time, but I know COVID and all
empty.
these other things, and so that's a whole nother, kind of getting in how that part of the system works. It does provide value to some people, but others it doesn't work for.
I think that, again, this is a multifaceted problem, as we all know, but one of the, I guess, called spokes, as Kelly mentioned, in this particular problem is, again, the equal application of the law to people within the city. And if we are, if people are hungry, they don't get to fill up their basket at Safeway and push it out the front door and then get it forgiven. It's just not the way it works. And so things like vehicle registration, parking things, all of these kinds of things that are expected on citizens, many of which who themselves are poor but have to follow the law, is one step that's different from getting funding for other things. I know there's an interconnectedness there, but I don't think it's an unreasonable thing that most people within the city would like people to have the law applied equally.
Microphone.
But the one thing I would like to say with regards to funding, we've said it a couple of times, if we as a council say, go after some funding for the unhoused or, for some of these unfunded state mandates or whatever, we have to be very specific and clear as to the direction. What kind of funding what kind of services are we looking for funding for? That needs to be very clear. But the second piece to that is an understanding, and you and I have had this conversation, and in my experience with grants is, there may be a lot of money out there, but is it worth going after? Because you have to do an analysis on, what kind of resource time is going to be required to get that money, not just the application of the process of the grant or the funding, but the monitoring and the reporting. You have to do kind of an cost on that, and you have to be able to say, yeah, there's money and it looks all great, but the reality is it's not, because the resources required to apply, manage, and report back on that funding, the net just isn't there. So
there has to be a strategy with that, because if you look, the state has thrown how many billions of dollars at this?
$24 billion.
Yeah.
But remember, today is about the what, not the
I
how.
know that.
Right,
I understand
right.
that.
So, sorry.
But I was just commenting on that and stating that.
Okay. It's okay.
All right, so hopefully we've got enough here to bring back and talk about these and dive more into the weeds and dive more into your policy direction. So are we ready to go on? Okay, so we're doing great. Actually, I think we're going to bring this in for a landing right on time. So we have one more slide for council discussion. And you're going to be talking a little bit about things you've already talked about, but maybe a little more specific. So positivity, clamping down on cynicism. And we did talk a little bit about that and telling our own story, getting the story out there before the other stories out there that may not be the right story. Any thoughts?
Well, I think we have to start investing in some of the ideas that we came up with this morning, because people need to see a change. And if they start to see a cleaner city and they start to see more businesses opening up, it's easier to argue the positive side of the city, and they're going to see it, and they're going to be some of our biggest cheerleaders. It takes work on both sides, the citizen and the city.
I think you said it. I think you said it in this way. Tell your story. The city, I think we can do a way better job of telling our story.
Okay.
And Terrence, you had a saying that I can't remember exactly, but it's right. If you don't tell your story, then someone else will.
Right. Right.
That's part of it.
Well, that would be
Both.
our story.
Both.
That would, our actions would be our story. And they would see it. And, you know, all of us sitting in this room, we can all do something too. You know, if in your neighborhoods you see some garbage around the street, when you're putting your garbage can out, go out and pick it up, throw it away. You know, and hopefully that inspires other people to do that too. And they get involved. I was picking up some stuff over on Miller Avenue in the bushes, and I picked up this container that I didn't know what it was, and a lady pulled up. She goes, "I know it belongs to Safeway." She goes, "I'll take it for you." And so she took it. You know, it's just our actions speak louder than words many times.
You're absolutely right, and you don't even realize it sometimes where some of this comes from. A perfect example is there's all kinds of reasons why something happens or it doesn't happen, but then the park next to the Arts Center, you know, has a bunch of trees, for instance, that are still in crates, probably for maybe good reason, okay? But the average person sees that, okay? Greg's okay.
Yeah, we're all like, no, there is no good
okay,
reason.
I'm trying to be
Yes.
I'm just teeing one up for you, Greg. But the average citizen sees that, and they see it the next month and the next month, and then, you know, Tamale Festival comes around and it's still like that. Then they're like, what's the city doing? Now, I'm giving the grace to say maybe there is a real logical reason behind that, but they don't know what it is necessarily, and it creates that story.
I have to take my own advice. I can't answer that question. Told you couldn't get in the weeds. I can't get defensive. But I'll catch up to you later. Okay, are you okay with that? I think there'll be more out of it. I can guarantee you that. Okay. Creating organizational bandwidth.
Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think I should. So try not to get into what you discussed. It has to come from somewhere, right? And so creating organizational bandwidth is really an explanation of changing your priorities. And before we leave, I'm going to show you the last goals and priorities one more time. I'm going to ask you, do you think we're changing, or do you think there's big changes in here? You do that, you have to create that bandwidth somewhere. You know, it's kind of zero sum in a lot of ways. And so I think that's a much deeper conversation for our budget and personnel and things like that. But that was something a council member brought up to me, is like, what are your thoughts on bandwidth to do all these things we want to do?
Go ahead, and then I have something to say.
I have two ideas that I want to throw out right now. It goes back to that public-private partnership. So for the economic development team, we obviously have a lot of private capacity building, whether that's funded through grants through, you know, the California Chamber of Commerce or down to the local Chamber of Commerce. If there's things that we see that the private sector wants, will help us. We'll create the policy, we'll create the position, but, you know, we might need a 3-year capacity building grant to help us fund that position. That would be for economic development. On the residential, or on the housing side of it, we have organizations that have been partners with us for a long time now. Destination Home is a perfect example where they've gone into municipalities and they've worked within those housing departments and housing divisions to provide capacity building on many of the things that we talked about, whether it's hiring an unhoused specialist, hiring a city planner that focuses not only with policy cleanup and programs that are implementing your housing element, but it's having that relationship of somebody on the outside be able to fund those in. And a lot of times they are able to go out and seek funding from places that cities just don't have access to. So those are two bandwidth things that I want to see us try to pursue and be open to pursue.
So that's the positive side. I'm going to give the challenging side. So, when we look at...
Yeah, you just admitted what you were going to do.
No, well, it's not. It's something that I think that we need to consider when we are talking about recruitment. You know, oftentimes I hear, people just don't want to come here. People just don't want to come here. I also hear issues with retention. So looking at recruitment and retention, I think it's important that we look at equitable salary comparisons. And I'm just going to leave it at that. But
Okay,
I think
that's
that's something that we need to look into.
Sure.
I think I brought something up earlier, which was the high-speed rail, okay, for instance. In addition, I've been to some housing meetings where there's 4 staff and 2 people, from the public. I think we need to also just look at all the different things that we're doing and how many people does it serve, what does it serve for the community versus something else that we need to do. And we need to be honest in looking at those things and go, you know what? We put out, 3 emails, we sent something in the mail and a postcard, we did this, and we brought in donuts and everything else that you could possibly do. And 2 people came in or 3 people came in to that particular meeting. And I wish I was exaggerating, but similar things, and they were necessary, happened with the Gourmet Alley, like the trash thing. I was surprised, right? When I came to that, I didn't really have any reason to come other than be curious in the campaign. And there's 2 business people at that particular meeting. So we can, or 3 maybe, okay? Dave's there. But we can scrutinize these things going forward and go, you know what? Maybe that's not as an important thing for us to do. So when we look at bandwidth and reorganizing, that's something we should do as well.
I think you're starting to touch on what another phase is for you when this becomes really hard. This stays easy, but then it becomes really hard when you have something that is on our work plan and we as staff come to you and say, we just don't really think we should be doing this. That's going to be a hard one for the group to really look at each other and say, I'm sorry. Yeah, if we want to do these other things, we've got to.
If I had 3 people come into something that I was behind, I will go out to the public and tell them, sorry, you thought this was a great idea. I championed it for you. 3 people showed up. We're not going to spend money on that.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Ramirez, did I get that right? Is that okay? Yep. I think it's pretty broad and it'll open the door for the conversation. I know I can't see it there. Recruitment, retention, equitable compensation. And then I had PPP, public partnerships, and then for Mr. Fagazi, where we spend time. Okay. All right, discretionary spending. This is a topic that came up because we've talked about, all the money that we bring in and how much of it are we actually be able to do with what we want. We have some taxes like sales tax, property tax, you can spend that on anything you want, but then you have other things like building fees and such that you have to spend that on building, or your water rates have to be spent on water. So this was, to me, more of an educational piece because we don't talk a lot about that. And when you look at the actual budget, I mean, you can get into the weeds and talk about how much you spend on water, but you're still talking about water. You can't say, well, instead of water, I want to spend this on police or something else. And so I think this will be very educational for all of us to kind of see where is that pot of money that you actually get to decide what you want to do with it. How much is it? Because a $68 million budget is not a $68 million budget. It's these little buckets that sometimes we get forced, or not forced, just obligated to spend in certain ways.
But all policy decisions are not completely divided that way because even the non-discretionary around public safety or what have you, policy determines how within that particular bucket it gets distributed around, right?
But you're still talking about that bucket.
Correct.
That's what I said about water. We can argue all day about whether we should be doing this in the water department. This is not going to help us with our police.
Yeah, but it's not untouchable, I guess is what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's definitely touchable as long as you keep your hands in that bucket.
I have a question. All those 18 projects that we saw earlier from all your different departments, are they currently funded? Or will they come out of this discretionary fund?
18 projects.
Remember we had all the departments
On the
up?
status.
And you showed how
the
many was
community
working.
development, yes, those are funded. Yeah, I
They
believe
are
so.
funded. So they would not come out of this discretionary fund.
Well, they probably already have.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they're done.
There's
They're
some,
paid.
and so that's what my point was, is that some of the things that maybe you fought for and you got pushed through a couple of years ago may be coming up again, and there may be a different opinion at this time. And I think that's a very difficult conversation.
But I just want to clarify, those 18 projects are not part of this discretionary fund.
No.
Okay.
They're either grant funded for some of them, or you've already allocated money.
So now we do have wiggle room.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, maybe a little wiggle.
I'm not, again, Okay, law and order. We talked a little bit about that with equal application of the law, but I'll throw that out for the group to see if they want to add anything here that they'd like us to put back.
I have a few things.
Okay.
Knowing what adequate police staffing really is,
Sure.
right? Not just how it feels. The standards of service, tracking, transparency, reporting against standards, how that works. It's an area I'm not super familiar with, so would love to know how we're using that or what we need to improve upon in that area. Recruitment policies and predictive hiring. There's another one. Crime data reporting. Transparent, real-time crime data reporting. I have fireworks enforcement down here. That's the ongoing lovely one, isn't it? Just because I want to stir the pot. No, I love it because I know it's not. I know. Yeah, and that's it.
When you talk about fireworks, it all boils down to the neighbors. And if they don't want to report it, there is no way the police are going to catch them, who are shooting them off. And that's our biggest issue.
No weeds, Carol, no weeds.
Well, but that's a reality.
Okay.
That
This is
a
about the
flowering
why
weed.
and not the how and why not, and this is how we've always done it. We've done pretty good. Hang in there.
I would like to add one thing to that, to Terrence's point about, I can't read it, but something about staffing.
Adequate police staffing?
Adequate public. Okay.
Predictive?
I think that we need to not just look at numbers in terms of ratios, but geographic area as well. If we are going to be, for example, we are going to be, if we are going to be building 10 South, that large complex north of town, how much of a strain, the more densely populated the project is, then the more, the higher number of calls for service are out there. And then when you have somebody going all the way north of town, and then you've got, one, possibly two officers left in town, it just makes things vulnerable. And so I think we need to look at geographic as well as numbers. The other thing is, in terms of geographic, there is talk about a builder's remedy project being built by the county just outside of our city limits. And what is the reality of impact on our public safety, even though technically that would be covered by county?
Do we have a contingency plan, right? Like contingency plans for that?
The reality is, with the relationships that we have, more than likely, we would be the first responders until someone else got there.
Okay.
When I saw Law and Order, I immediately thought of last week or 2 weeks ago, we had the coffee with the mayor, and a lot of folks were talking about the good basics of law and order: traffic, speeds around town, pedestrian safety, and so that's what came to my mind. And, that kind of overlaps with quality of life.
About basic public safety services.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then the last one, hope I'm not rushing you, but getting there. PERS Section 115 Trust. I had heard this as a topic from an educational point. I think it could take some good time to go through, but I think it's very valuable because this is going to show you how this impacts our long-term 5-year forecast. And this is a really big deal. So if you're okay just kind of pausing this one, knowing that we're going to come back and talk about it. You're going to have to talk about this, because when you see our 5-year forecast, you're going to see why this is going to be a good thing for us. But I won't give away that. Absolutely, sure.
That's the next thing I was going to say.
Reserves. All right. Thought it was a given that it was going to be 17, but I'll even do it in green just
Have
so
you
it's
become a
special.
pickleball player? Well, her husband and your wife. The two of you, and then they could be partners.
Okay. Okay, so we have our next public, sorry, a little brain foggy. Public comment part at 1:30, so I'm going to try to finish up with just a couple of things we talked at the beginning. So let's ask ourselves, did everyone participate today? Point your fingers at anybody. You didn't do anything. So some of us more than others, but that's just human nature.
They're the newbies.
Yeah,
Everyone did.
everyone participated, so that was great. Did everybody show respect? I don't think we had any anger issues. Okay, and we didn't chew each other out for having wrong answers or crazy ideas. And we heard some crazy ideas, didn't we? But that's how good ideas come out sometimes. I'm sorry, I keep looking at you. You guys looked at me every time you said something was wrong, so this is only fair. Yeah, the crazy ideas start out that way, and sometimes they turn into really good crazy ideas. That's how, that's ingenuity. It's innovativeness and stuff. I give us about an A- about staying on about the why not. That's not how we've always done it, but that's pretty good. A- is really good for a group of people to stay in that lane, but even the mayor and I sometimes would kind of appreciate that wasn't that bad. Positivity, I thought there was good positivity. But I think, the negativity is there and it's always lurking on you. But I think in general, I'd hope to think that 4.5 hours sitting here talking to each other, you're going to walk out and say, that was a positive experience. I hope so. I can't answer that for you. Talk about solutions. Yes, we did talk about a lot of solutions. And that's actually, we had to kind of rein you in because you were ready to go. You were ready to dive in, but that was not the point of today. But that tells me that there's solutions there. And I can guarantee you, every one of our managers in here, their brains are spinning too, thinking about, well, I don't know, how do we look at that? How do we try to show council this is what we know or what we understand? So the brain power is going. And then specific, very specific. And I think that is really where you're going to see us come back and say, we don't need a lot of clarity on this because you're very specific on what you're like, cleanliness, service levels. Okay, see, click, fix reporting. How do we show that for other things and stuff like that? So I think your specificity today was very helpful. So I think we did pretty good. So let me go back and...
Question.
Yes.
Did we do better or worse than the last council? Because I'm very competitive.
Hey, that's negative.
I have been employed in local government for 22 years, and it's by not answering questions like that. So, all right, so let's finish up and let's talk about our next steps. And I'm going to need some feedback from you because, like I said before, we know this is not the only one we're going to do. Okay, so we did that. So the last bullet here is, what would you like to see going forward? Just throw it out there, give us some ideas, and then I'll work with the mayor.
Money for all of this.
Yes, money's nice. And then I'll work with the mayor to try to, to incorporate that into our schedule and what our process is to continue on. So
I would like to see, and I absolutely have absolute faith that this can happen, and is probably, as you said, as the manager sitting around the room. I think, to your point that you brought up earlier, we're a new council. We like things differently. You're still kind of learning that type of thing. I would like to see, as they're looking at some of these, I would like to see, what? I think we really can do this. This is kind of a different way, or this is a way we've seen it work successfully somewhere else. But yeah, we can do this.
Okay.
Coming back with, obviously, we're not going to get everything that we threw out there. Obviously, there are going to be some decisions that we as a council have to make that are going to be difficult if we want them. But I'd like to start with a place of we can, rather than a place of, well, I don't think so.
Find out. Yes.
I'd like to be able to see in the forward process also a dividing line of what the council's legislative work plan is versus what each department legislative work plan is. And I know that's in our binders, and I'm sure we'll get there, but I just want to be able to have that opportunity to know what the majority of this council agrees on over the next 2 years, and those items that each of our individual offices, whether we don't get a majority or not, everybody gets that pathway on what it's like to be successful in bringing forward an item as a future agenda item, and then to build that consensus going forward.
Okay. If you were to, anything else? If you were to kind of tell me that I really wish we could spend a good amount of time talking about X, what would the first things come to your mind? Yeah, I kind of thought that one was coming. Okay. What else? Can I throw one in there? Finance. Oh, we have to talk about that. That's coming, you know it. Unhoused. Okay. Can you be more specific? Not that we're not going to get to everything, but if we're going to design a strategic plan path for you, we know that these are a couple areas that we'll just spend much more time on.
And, thank you, sir. I know that different organizations have different ways, and, and there's a lot of, please don't do that, I absolutely understand and respect, hey, don't, you can talk to our directors, but, don't go down, but, can I just shoot them an email and say, hey, man, you did awesome today in that presentation, that type. How can we do that? I would like to have a better understanding of the do's and don'ts. I think all of us would like that opportunity to let staff know how much we appreciate them.
How about I put staff council engagement? Because it's not always about the bad stuff, right? I hope not, but it's also about the good stuff, and it's also about how we communicate with each other as a whole team, a team of 290 plus 7. Yeah, I get all the bad stuff. Yeah, and I think there's a place for that. Yeah.
And with some of the items that would go along with, like, economic development, you'll include that in that discussion, right? As the list that we've made, and merging, and yeah.
So so let's go ahead and talk about next steps if everybody's. So my job then is to package this stuff in a way that you can focus on it and kind of bundle it into policy decisions. And as we talked about earlier, policy decisions in a lot of ways is the budget. And so when we look about all these ideas you have for law and order and whatever, so we start kind of compacting that into getting something that you can work with and you can start deciding on. And so like economic development, well, we'll essentially, I can already guarantee you we're going to have another strategic planning session just on that. again, it gets you starting to get more specific about what exactly do you want, what are you willing to spend on. And now the fun part comes, because then you got to talk about how to pay for it. And you want to talk about can do? Oh, we can do anything, but you got to make choices. And so that's what the next steps will be when we talk about the in-house, public safety, economic development, staff engagement is kind of a little more of a side conversation. We would have a session on that. But getting all those things in there, and then you may find yourself, seeing things that maybe you thought you wanted to do, but you didn't because you didn't have to sacrifice maybe something else. But that's much farther down the road.
I know that Greg asked you to put together a list of our assets. The sooner we can get that, so that we can, and then if you can somehow make a note or something, like you talked about, oh my God, we've got this empty lot that we just know is never, whatever. Why are we holding on to it? Kind of give us a snapshot of, this one we could really just do without. Let's get rid of this one, that type of thing. This one, we really, for whatever reason, we should hold on to this one.
All right, fair.
It's like an executive summary in a paragraph or two about key assets.
Yeah, sure. Because we do have identified certain assets that are being unutilized, that have value, and there's unutilized that have no value. We know that. We just need to get that. So the last slide for me before we turn it over to public comment is you asked about dates. And so Council Strategic Planning, we'll do another one. I'm thinking in early March, but like I said, I'll work with the mayor to get that scheduling, and I'll also continue to meet with you individually to talk about the timing. Additional planning study sessions, not there yet. Recommended budget release on May 5th, and then your council budget workshop is scheduled for May 12th. We have not certified these dates with you yet. They are tentative, and we'll get working on that next. And then the community budget hearing on May 14th, and then budget adoption on June 2nd. You don't have to write this down. I will send you the slideshow later, and it is public, and we'll make it available to the public as well. And then June 2nd is the strategic plan, work plan, and budget adoption. So lots to do, but we are right there on number 1 still, and we have plenty of time to get down to number 6. Yeah, we're going to do it on, we'll have it on some nights of council meetings, and we'll also have a Saturday. So we'll have multiple times. They work Saturdays. They're fine. Okay, anything else? Okay, I'll turn it back over.
All right, so we can move on to public comment. Beth, do we have any public comment?
Yes, I do. I have 2 speakers, Anne Marie McCauley and then Emily Miller. Anne Marie, you have 2 minutes.
There you go.
Thank you, Chris.
I want to thank you, Kelly and Terrence, for talking about the homeless problem for real. It's scary and it's challenging, and there's a lot of angry people out there, and you know that, and I know that. So I appreciate what you had to say. I really appreciate, Terrence, how you started to break down the demographics of that population. We have a lot of unhoused people who are petrified. So there are dangerous people out there. There are people that are mentally ill. There are people that are hard. It's complicated. I would like, right now we do have a policy. It's called abatement. And if you apply the abatement, the SMART, whatever that thing I just learned today, to this specific, what is the intention of abatement? Measurable. How are we measuring the success, cost, and consequences of abatement? Achieve. What are we achieving with abatement, and is it working? Relevant. Is abatement relevant to the problem we are trying to solve, and is it helping or making it worse? Time-based. How long are we going to abate? Are you kidding me? It's crazy. We're shifting these people into buildings. I know these people. I know the guys at Superior Stone. That's why I'm here. They had 2 fires behind their building. They're back. I said, Mike, they're never not going to come back. That's Gilroy's policy. We abate. So I think, my people aren't going to be crazy about this, we should have a commission that helps educate you guys on the stuff that we see, and then maybe a council member like Terrence on it who can kind of question a lot of the things that we're saying. So my ask would be that maybe we consider a commission to help direct staff with homelessness.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Emily Miller, to be followed by Chris Demers.
Hello, I'm Emily. I moved here last summer, and I was recently elected to the Parks and Rec Commission, so thank you everyone who supported me on that. I'm super new to all of this, so I'm really just here to learn and figure out how the process works and put myself out there. I don't, I'm not normally public speaking or anything, so sorry if I'm nervous. You guys all seem really awesome, and you want to improve the city that we all live in, so thank you. That's awesome. I know that everyone here is interested in city beautification, which is going to help economic development, and I think the Parks and Rec Commission can be a huge part of that. With my current role in operations and finance, I understand that budgeting is the foundation to any project. And so I just want to encourage everyone to think creatively and look to our neighboring communities to see how they achieved, their Parks and Rec goals. I know Fremont, where I used to live, has like a pay-to-play model. And Morgan Hill, I don't know how they did it, but they have beautiful parks. So just being here in the short time I have, Gilroy's parks are already gorgeous, and I'm so happy that I can be a part of it. And yeah, I'm really excited about the future, and thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Chris.
Hi again, and thanks, Jimmy, for facilitating today. That's never easy. I've been involved with many strategic plannings through my own work, and good job bringing the group through. It's never an easy task. I am just going to follow up on what I was saying before. I think I got sort of partway through what I was going to say about economic development, and I was making the pointing out the fact that the Salinas Valley has created something with respect to ag tech to really try and incubate ag tech businesses here. I just felt like we had a similar comparative advantage with something like that. I think I was on their website earlier. They have like 6 ag tech businesses that are now being housed in the Salinas Valley as a result of that. So I would simply say, with our economic development work, think about, not all businesses are the same, right? Think about the ones where we have comparative advantage. Think about ones that can be a catalyst. I'm not sure that every retailer is necessarily a business that's a catalyst that really drives economic development. So think about those places that we have comparative advantage. And then something I wasn't going to say earlier, but just because of the conversations that you all were having about our entryways, our gateways into the city, that I thought made sense to say, I really think that, I think about it as sort of community hygiene, and I guess I really think about it in sort of 2 lanes. I think you're right. I think what was being pointed out before is there's this problem of dumping, which is a big concern. I think that maybe having a licensing process for those that are actually those haulers of junk might be a way to kind of keep tabs on them better. That might be an idea there. And then I think a second track is not the problem of community hygiene associated with that dumping, but the problem of just a lot of people just disposing of their trash in ways that they're not going into receptacles, right? They're just too free with those kinds of things. I've done some trash pickups in my immediate neighborhood, and I've seen what's kind of getting left behind. So I would encourage on that point. I think it starts with community. I think it probably starts with our schools. A lot of what I see on the ground is actually being left by young people. So it's probably cost effective to do an educational program right in our schools. Tell people what they about the problems of litter and waste and graffiti, right? And sort of build that into their curriculum and their education.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. I believe that leaves next. Yes, next steps, Jimmy.
Mayor, the last steps was final council comments.
Oh, okay. Final council comments. Councilman Bracco?
Well, I think we did pretty good today. We've touched on some important topics, and I look forward to them coming back to us so we can drill down and try to make them happen.
I first want to thank all the staff as well as the public who came today, participate in this, spoke at the podium, and the rest of my peers here for having a really engaging conversation, for being willing to bring forward some sometimes tough discussion points, and especially in the room with staff and other people, it's kind of hard sometimes. I'm really looking forward to seeing the next steps in this process and how we move this forward to actionable projects and budgeting and everything. And I will say that having participated as a member of the public in the last one, we did do better this time.
Councilmember Marks?
Oh, I think we're going to enjoy Councilmember Fugazi a lot this year. No, it was very, very good. We came up with some really good topics. I look forward to more discussion on, the financing of some of these topics, but it was really nice to see that this council seems to be more on the same page with each other, and I think I look forward to the progress we're going to make this year.
Councilmember Hilton.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, my office looks forward to working with everyone here on the council, staff, our labor partners, the public, on getting a balanced budget and work plans that make Gilroy livable for all.
Councilmember Ramirez.
So, to Jimmy's point, today was the easy part, and I think we did well. The next few are going to have, the conversations are going to get more difficult, the decisions are going to get more difficult, but I think, I personally feel confident that we are collaborating well, and I believe that everyone sitting at this table has the best interest of the community at large, not just silos of the community, but the decisions and the difficult decisions we will be making in the future. I think we are looking at trying to make it beneficial to as many people as possible.
I think from my standpoint, being the second one, I really am energized by the fact that there's cohesiveness here that I see, and the respect and being positive, and I think those things we keep in mind as we go through these tough conversations. There's nothing wrong with a tough conversation. We have to have those tough conversations. But with that, we can still respect one another, because actually they're looking at us, and they're looking at our examples, both staff, but also the public. And we're the examples, and we need to keep that in mind as we go through this process, respecting each other, but also supporting each other. And I really am optimistic that we can accomplish some really good things and support staff through this process and lead the way we're supposed to lead. So, great job.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat what a lot of you said. I'm thankful that staff was here to be a part of this and see us collaborate together. I hope that it's important to us for you to see that, and I hope it's important for you to see us. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that the public is here. Appreciate it very much. And but also I want to say something to the city manager. He mentioned earlier that staff should not under-promise and over-deliver, but you did that exactly today. You did a great job today, and you under-promised. You said that you weren't this good at that good at this, and you did an excellent job. So I appreciate it very much. And the reality is, we could have spent $5,000 hiring a consultant to do this, and we didn't. So because of that, I would like to invite you to a free cup of coffee in the back of that. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
$5,000. That's what they all cost. You think someone's coming here for $2,000? Well, you mean more. You mean more. 2 cups of coffee.
2 for you.
Especially something.
Of course I haven't seen your email. You know what? I haven't gotten an email from a council member in 5 hours. It's the longest break I've ever had. It's pretty...
I know, I haven't got anything from you yet.
They've got them on auto send for later.